Why is my haste so low? What up, Bisky? You used knowledge gained from the stream today? Well, hope it wasn't. Hope it wasn't how to run back after dying. Why do I feel like I'm just missing haste right now? I'm really confused. This feels really fucking. I mean, I don't have consumables on, and maybe that's part of it. I guess normally I would have a feast on. It'd be another 470, and a flask is 2600. So I've been at like 3000 haste. But even then, I didn't think I was wearing that much mastery. Like, what the hell? Wait. Oh. I bet if I'm not wearing my consumables, mastery becomes... No, that doesn't make sense either. I don't think. Maybe, actually. I wonder if without having on haste consumables, I wonder if mastery becomes my highest stat and my Cersei's is giving me 3000 more mastery. What happens to... Okay, so it's giving me 769, and then... So if I lose a little under 4000 mastery when I remove this, then it's because of this ring. Well, we lost way more than 4000 mastery. What the fuck? 20,000? Oh, how the fuck is there 6,000 mastery on this ring? Oh, right, because the middle gem is giving me mastery too. What the fuck? God damn, this thing gives you so much mastery. What the hell? All right, so that still seems wrong though. It still seems like way too much mastery, or am I doing the math wrong? No, I guess it's like 3,000, 2,000, so almost 6,000. Yeah. So the problem is that I have too much. I don't have enough haste without consumables on, and then presumably when I put consumables on, then it jumps up to. How close is it to? All right, if I take this gem out, how close am I to? All right, so 15,000, 16,000. So it's adding. So I have 931, and this is 15,000. So it's like 927. So I have 1,927 more. It's really close. I guess I would like to not have to rely on having consumables on. Not that I would ever really not have consumables on, but that actually might just be a go back to wearing these bracers for the time being, and then that'll should juice my haste up. There we go. Yeah, I think it was when I got it must have been when I got those bracers. It shifted that around to where mastery was my highest stat. What's going on, Floor? Okay, well, mystery solved. Now let's see if we can find some keys today. I guess I'll sort by 13s, and maybe today's the day I force myself to do some 12s if nothing else is available. So what do I still need on 12? Dark Flame and Dark Flame and Workshop, especially Workshop. Hello, Salio. What's going on, Cam? Is that Algar trinket so good? Well, the catch with the Algar trinket is that it has insane variance on it. If you go look at a log, it's not uncommon to see the trinket go several minutes at a time without proccing. When it procs, it is a massive buff. It gives over 10,000 primary stat to every member of your group for 15 seconds, which at the eye levels that we're at right now, my primary stat will go. I imagine by the time we're in like Bisgear, it's gonna be closer to 100,000 than 90. But at the moment, everyone's probably more or less gonna be a little over 660. So that buff will be roughly 12.5% of your primary stat. Actually, wait, maybe more than that even. Anyway, it'll be somewhere between 10 and 15% probably of your primary stat budget. So it will be a big boost for everyone in the group. And it has the potential to proc like a lot in a short window. So it could dramatically swing an encounter. Like if you pop Lust and that trinket procs back to back inside of the Lust, your group damage will skyrocket relative to it. But again, with the caveat that you might go an entire boss fight and have it not proc a single time. So on paper, it is, I think, like if you, a lot of times when people calculate the value of a trinket, they'll just take everything the trinket does and just average it out. So in that sense, a trinket that procced, they gave you like 20,000 crit one time on a fight for like 10 seconds versus giving you, a flat amount of crit that was much smaller, but consistently could potentially average out to the same amount, even though those are dramatically different profiles for a trinket. Like a lot of times when somebody recommends a trinket to you, they would tell you that those trinkets are the same value, even though they're doing very different things. One of them is giving you a consistently relatively low amount of crit all the time. One of them is giving you a fat fucking, basically, like you have a very high chance to crit everything for the next 15 seconds, but it's only going to happen once on the fight. So if you said like, is one of those trinkets better than the other? Depending on what you're looking for in the trinket, the answer might be dramatically yes. It might be like this thing that if you're getting that trinket to proc during the fat crit, if it procs during your CDs, especially if it's like an on-use trinket, and you're built around your class that relies heavily on CDs, you might be like, fuck yeah, man, that trinket's way better for me. On paper, it's going to tell you that they're more or less the same. And so that's the thing about this trinket is, on paper, when you average out what it does in a key, it's very strong. But moment-to-moment variance in the key, it might be doing nothing for you for a long period of time. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, you just have to trust that over time it's going to average out to being a very good trinket, even though it might abandon you in any particular moment. You might be getting nothing out of it for a long stretch of time in a key. And if you go back and look at the log, you might be like, man, what the fuck if that trinket would have procced even like one fucking time. But conversely, you may have a key where the trinket procs a shitload. The very first time I ran this trinket in a key, I've run, I think, 3 dungeons with this key. 2 times it's averaged out to like 13% uptime ish, but the first time I used it, it had almost 20% uptime in the key, which would be just like massive. I mean, 20% uptime on this buff across the entire group is just ridiculous. But like I said, it would just depend on the run. What's going on, Guark? Do I think if there's if 3 people are using it, it has a ton of coverage? I don't know. I'm not sure if it's if it can proc multiple times. If like you can give multiple or if you can give one person multiple buffs. Let's see. We'll sign up for a 14 Mechagon. I should sign up for this. Oh, actually, wait. This guy's got a pretty high rating for a 12 Mechagon. We'll get that one knocked out. Or maybe we won't, I guess. There we go. All right. I spent a bit of time this morning before firing up stream. There's the Dungeon Week Aura pack that I use, TWW Dungeons, has had a number of updates recently. And one annoying part of some of those updates is I have been very particular about where the bars in this Week Aura pack go. And the last few updates that Kazis has made have been updates that won't allow you to just update the Week Aura. You have to re-import a fresh version of it, which meant I had to go in and like move all the goddamn bars back every time, and it's just been like, goddamn, every time that happens, I'm just like, well, our boy has finally released the what I consider to be the indication that your Week Aura pack has made it, which is he now has an anchor pack for his dungeon Week Auras. So now you can just set, this is one of the things I loved about Liquid's Week Aura pack, is you just set your anchors where you want them, and then you can update his dungeon Week Auras whenever you want, and it doesn't matter because the anchors are going to put everything back in the spot that they were in previously. So now you just set the anchors, hopefully one time, and then never think about it again. Yeah, this morning I was a little tilted because I downloaded one of his updates like a couple days ago, and it wouldn't let me just update my old one. It required me to install a new one, and then I went through like 10 minutes of moving anchors around, and I was like, oh, god damn it. And then he uploaded another update today, and it did the same thing. It specifically was like, you cannot update the old Week Aura, you must import a new one. And I was like, dude, like I just moved everything around again. What the fuck, man? Come on. And then after after I got it installed, it pops up a big message. It's like, you are missing the anchor pack weakcore. And I was like, oh, bless the fuck up, man. Oh, thank you, God. All right. Let's see, where are we headed? Michigan. I should just port, but sometimes it's good to stretch your legs. Did I ever play Power of the Archdruid? No, I hate that fucking talent. I actually fucking despise Power of the Archdruid. Probably more than I should, but I really dislike RNG talents. Really, really dislike RNG talents for healing. And I played around with Power of the Archdruid back in beta because after they had done nerfing the ever-living fuck out of Life Bloom, Undergrowth felt a little underwhelming. And it was like, man, you know, Life Bloom actually used to like crank, and now it just feels like it's only there to apply mastery stacks and rampant growth. It doesn't feel like it's doing hardly anything on its own. Let's try Power of the Archdruid and see how it feels. And like the very first key I did with it, I remember there being a point on a boss fight where I was like, all right, I need some healing out of this ability now. Surely when I wild growth, it's gonna proc. And like I wild, 60%. It's like, surely it's gotta. So I wild growth once, nothing happens. I'm like, all right, unlucky, but that's the talent. That's fine. Obviously, the next time I cast wild growth, it's gonna proc. Does not proc. Okay, well, statistics, I guess, man. But naturally, we're guaranteed for the third wild growth to. It does not fucking proc Power of the Archdruid, and I walked out of the key, unspec that talent, and I refused to ever talent it again. Outside of like raid, I guess is fine because you don't really need necessarily for it to pop off in raid. But any talent like that where if it's that low in the tree, it's doing something where I'm like, I will probably need to rely on it in a key at some point to proc. And if I can just do 3 or 4 wild growths in a row and it doesn't proc, then why the fuck am I playing this fucking talent? All right, is that all my buffs? I think it's all my buffs. Got the right trinkets on. Oh, I did test out the Ritual of Mud trinket, and I ended up buying I forgot I could just buy the trinket instead of getting an embellishment on the weapon because the trinket does the same thing. So I just bought the Symbiosis trinket. It does not proc cooldown on that mud thing. Also, I guess that mud trinket got nerfed at some point. I think the CD reduction on it was like crazy. I was looking in the comments. It had like some wild ass amount of CDR on it when you would take periodic damage, to where somebody in the comments was saying for Vengeance Demon Hunter, the trinket, which has a natural cooldown of 2 minutes, was functionally more like a 40-second cooldown trinket. You were just able to like pop it just over and over and over and over. All right. Did I fuck around with any other talents from this? I don't think I did. Okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Because the Vengeance talent, yeah, it was whatever the thing is that turns it into periodic fire damage.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate.
But yeah, I want to say that the comments said it was something like, instead of a 2-second cooldown reduction when you took periodic damage, it was like 22 seconds or something, which seems almost unbelievable, but.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have already into the arena. A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
All right.
Time to introduce them to the legends.
Oh, my fucking embellishment's gonna fall off. I really need to craft a goddamn Nerubian embellishment thing, by the way. I feel like I'm just being so weird only playing one embellishment. Ow!
You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
Dodge.
I can't bet on a sure thing, and I ain't really living.
Dodge.
BK, no!
We've got a highly unusual development. Looks like yours truly is joined the tussle. Not to worry, I'll stop at nothing to give you the play-by-play.
Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Team, I can't help but feel like we're struggling a bit with the mechanics of this boss fight.
Dodge. No. Dodge.
Oof. Anybody want to do a little bit of damage? Like just a little bit of damage to the boss. Like a minor amount of damage to the boss. All right.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash.
CC. AOE. CC. 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 CC.
Damn, group's doing a pretty good fucking job of CCing this shit, eh?
CC.
I probably should not have popped that again here, I'm gonna be honest.
CC. CC. AOE. CC. 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 CC.
Yeah. Alright, if I am lucky, we will
3,
not
2, 1.
lust this fight so that my Heart of the Wild is back up in time for it later.
Hi.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We found the spot here.
3, 2.
We can melee.
Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hi.
Ah, shit. Woo! I got, like, stuck on the edge of the box. I might gotta change this, where this weak aura is located on Kazisa's pack. I appreciate that the important ones are, like, right in the middle of your screen, but it also covered up my character, and I couldn't tell if I was standing on the box or not.
Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hi.
No!
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Shit.
Hide. 3, 2, 1. Spread. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Spread. 3, 2, 1.
Fuck.
Hide.
This fucking dog, dude. I think they still kill.
3, 2, 1.
Assuming he can live the dispel long enough. Alright, we gotta be prepared to release fast here. Come on, live. Live. Kill his ass. No, man! Are you kidding me? I don't normally get tilted in keys, but Jesus fucking Christ, man. What the fuck? What a ridiculous fucking way to wipe, man. The problem is, I think I'm just gonna fucking... We're just gonna bounce. That fucking DK, the one that just left, was the one doing like all of the damage in the key. Whoever gave the fade was doing the Lord's work. Dude, that's my wife. My wife, who I wish I actually had filmed her giving me the haircut. Because she was like crashing the fuck out. Because she was so sure it was going to look like shit. Because I had a plan in mind where I have been acquiring hair cutting implements over time. And so we now have a nice set of clippers and a nice shaver. And my goal has been to do a, like, I was like, all I really want in a haircut is to trim the top of my hair and to get the sides and back as short as I can, and then fade them together, blend it up. And I was like, I know there's some skill involved in like the blending of the hair, but I feel like it can't be that difficult to make hair go from really short to kind of short and have a fairly consistent sort of gradient between the two. And so I got clippers like on my last birthday, I think, and then I got the shaver on this birthday, and I was like, Sean, I want you to try cutting my hair. And she was game for it, which I appreciate. And I was like, I think it'll be as easy as taking the clippers and putting a guard on them and going over my hair with it and getting it down to the length, like a length on top that's acceptable. And then you take a shorter guard and you set the line around the top of the head that you want to start the fade at. And then you just shave it down from that line. Then you take the shavers. You take the shaver and you just and you get it as short as you can on the sides and the back. And then there'll be a really obvious line. That's the part where she started really freaking out. Was after she got done with the shaving part, there was just a really obvious line between the top of my head and the back and sides, and she was like panicking. And I was like, it's fine, babe, it's fine. This was part of the plan. It was supposed to look like that in the transition time, and now we go back with the clippers and we just kind of start teasing it along the line and just start blending it together. And the entire time she's like, "Oh my god, it looks so bad. It looks so bad. It looks like shit." She's like, "I can't. We got to stop. It's so bad." I was like, "It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine." And so she went through and she blended it, and she's like, I'm done. I can't do anymore. Looks awful. And I was like, "We'll take a look at it." So I went downstairs and I looked at it in the mirror, and I was like, "What the fuck are you mean?" Like, I was like, this is like, of the fades that I've gotten, of fades I've paid $30 for, I like this more than like 90% of those fades, because I swear to God, maybe 3 times in the past like 3 or 4 years that I've gone to a barber, have they actually shaved my head as much as I've wanted. And I don't know, I feel like there's some fucking word that exists in the English language that I am unaware of that signals to the barber, shave my fucking head, man. That is a different word than shave, because that apparently does not convey to them that I want them to shave my fucking head. What they think that means is take it kind of short and leave it stubbly or some shit. And I'm like, no, man, shave my fucking head. Like, on the sides and back, I want it literally as short as you can make it. When I rub the sides and back of my head, I want to just feel bare fucking skin. I don't want to detect any hair. Skin fade, I swear to God, I've used every fucking term I can find online. Skin fade, bald fade, like shave, like any combination of words you can think of to indicate leave no hair. I have tried saying to them, and every time they nod and leave some amount of fucking hair. And I'm just like, Jesus fuck, like, what the hell does it fucking take? And there's been multiple times where they'll shave it and I'll be like, yeah. Can you go shorter? And they'll be like, yeah, and they'll do it again. I'll be like, hey, look, I need you to go as short as you possibly. I promise you, no matter how short you take it, I'm not going to freak out or say that's too short. I want you to go literally as short as you can. Like, okay. And they'll shave it again. And it's just like, man, I give up. Sure. Yeah. It looks fantastic, man. Thank you. So that's been the catalyst for all of this, is just no matter what the fuck I say when I'm in the barber chair, I can't get them to shave it as close as I want. At least not consistently. I've had every maybe 5th or 6th haircut, they'll get close and I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe I've gotten through to them. And then the next time I go, they don't do it as short again. I'm just like, man, what the fuck? So I was like, there's no way that this can be that difficult to do at home. And I was prepared at one point to be like, if nothing else, I'll go in and ask for a fade. And then when I get home, I'll just have Shauna run the shaver over my head and shave it down to the skin. Like, even if it comes down to that, that's fine. Like, however short they get it, I'll just come home and have her shave the sides and back down as short as I actually want it. But she tried giving the haircut, and I was like, I'll be honest, like, if I would have gone into a barbershop and walked out with this haircut, I would have been more than happy paying $30 for it. So now my goal is, having gotten the hair to this length, I am going to try to maintain it, where in my mind, the way that'll work is, about once a week, I'll have Shauna take out the shaver and go over the sides and back again. and knock the hair all down. And just try to like keep trying to blend it up into the top. And then maybe like once a month, presumably the hair up top will start getting long enough that I want to cut it, and I'll just have her go over the top with the clippers again and knock that back down and then do that. And I feel like if we maintain that schedule, I will never need to I'll never need to spend hopefully more than like 5 or 10 minutes. Like the shave, like if it's one of the times where we're just shaving the sides and back, that can go really fast. Like that's just like hop into the shower to make sure none of the hair particles get anywhere and just looks good. Okay, and then like rinse my head off and I'm done. And that not only does it mean I don't have to rely on some fucking barber to cut my hair in a way I don't like, but it means I get a perpetual fade that I actually enjoy. That's always the reason I go get my hair cut, is because my hair starts growing out and it starts, I like it less and less and less and less every day. And there will just come some breaking point where I'll wake up, look at my hair and go, fuck this, and I gotta go get my hair cut. And that's what'll cause me to go out and get my hair cut. And then we'll start the cycle over again, where I will like it less and less and less every day that it grows out. So this way, I get to keep it more or less permanently new haircut looking, which means I will like my haircut more all the time than I used to. Like I will be always more or less happy with the state of my hair, and I never have to pay for a haircut again, hopefully. So we're gonna save the $30. I think that was where I was at with the barbershop that I was attending most recently. I think their haircuts are $25 and I'd tip $5. So I think I was paying $30 for a haircut. And those guys have started to piss me off, by the way, since we're just really into story time now. Those guys started to piss me off because they're just really fucking sporadic with their hours. They'll say like their listed hours are from like 9 to, I don't know, 5 in the evening, 6 in the evening or something. But the last 2 times that I tried to go there at 9 in the morning, I drove up and they just had a sign on the door that was like, sorry, we're opening late today or whatever. And then it was like, we'll be in at like 1 o'clock. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck just randomly opens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. This shit always tilts me because I'll wait to start my stream in the morning for that shit. It'll be like, all right, today's a haircut day, so I'll just hold off on starting stream. I wish that the haircut place was open at like 8, but whatever. You know, I'll go get my haircut at 9, and then hopefully we can start stream by like 10 or 10:30. And so I'll wait till 9 o'clock, drive up, and they're like, sorry, we're not opening till 1. I'm just like, man, fuck you. Like, really? So I was also just kind of tilted at their business practices. And so now not only do I not have to go fuck around with praying that the barbershop is actually open, but I have a haircut that I like more consistently. It takes less time. It's fucking free. And there's like no time wasted in like driving to the barbershop or whatever. So it's a win on like 18 different fronts. If I am happy with the results of it and Shauna doesn't mind doing it, which like I said, I think now that we've gotten through the pain point of doing it the first time, I think keeping it maintained is pretty easy and low effort. So hopefully no more panic attacks from her. Going to a somewhat upscale hairdresser. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I'm not looking for any kind of fancy haircut. I feel like I'm asking for about the, I mean, I'm not trying to say that doing a fade is like a thing that just any fucking person could do with no with no experience, but I feel like in the grand scheme of haircuts, asking for a fade where the goal is to essentially take the sides and back down to the skin, which requires zero fucking. It does. You do not need to know what the fuck you're doing with a shaver to shave someone's hair down to the skin. A literal 4-year-old could do that. I would feel comfortable handing a shaver to a 4-year-old and asking them to shave the back of my head and trust that they would do it correctly. So if it's just shave the sides and back and then blend the top, is there some effort in the blending part, you know, like the actual fade? Yep, I'm sure there is. Can it be that hard? Not really, man. It just can't be that fucking hard to do it. It's time to do a 14 Dark Flame. Is this one up in the... Do you have it listed? Do you have a tank? You just click follow to say it's a terrible haircut? Fuck yeah, the easiest engagement of my life. Next, I'm gonna get you to fucking tier 3 sub to say it's a dog shit haircut too. Can't blend a bald spot? I mean, you can blend a bald spot. It's actually exactly what... Like I get that you're trying to make bald jokes, and that's, you know, that's fine, but like you can blend a bald spot. Like that's just objectively wrong. Yeah, I watched there was a video last night on, where did I even see that? Was it Reddit, I think? Of one of the dudes where they do the thing where they like just completely shave the top of your head but leave the sides. And then they put on the hairpiece, they like glue the hairpiece on. And what I was not expecting about that video was that the comments were basically people just being like, or you could just not give a fuck about being bald, save a lot of money, and not have some weird shit glued to the top of your head. And I was like, that's not how I expected the comment section to go. This is now a cross-faction group. All right. Check out Blood Incantation, dudes. I'm going to Google that because I have... Wait. Blood Incantation. Yo, what up, Brock? Blood Incantation. Oh, it's a band, I guess. Or Am I looking at just a wrong thing? Blood incantation. It's banned. Okay. So what? They're just going bald and they're cool with it? Do I think after this nerf people are going to invite more resto druids? I don't know. I have given up even trying to speculate on what the healer meta is ever going to be. Who the fuck knows why people invite the things they invite? All right, where are we going? Dark Flame. I've watched people invite fucking preservation evokers this week. So all right, should I'm trying to decide if I should send Gilded Crest this week on some stuff. I kind of want to level up my trinkets. I guess I could only level one of them at this point of the ones I use, but maybe send into trinkets and like helm and legs or something. How much is it going to cost to craft stuff? Is it 60? $60 to craft. So, and what does it go up every week? Is it 90? Let's see. Who do I want to put my? We'll put. Try the reju build. Yeah, yeah. We're playing the reju build. It's I didn't want to like it, but it's actually pretty fucking good. Pretty good. $75 to go from Mythic 1 to 6. Yeah, so assuming you get a Mythic item from Vault that you're using and you're crafting, and you need 135. And I currently already have 135, so I could spend 90 and still have enough to craft and level something. So we could go... So it'd be 30. I could go like 30 on helm, legs, and maybe trinket. And then still have enough to craft and level a mythic item up next week. And the only way that would be... The only way I would regret that is if I started doing mythic bosses that dropped something that I wanted to level as well. Which would be... I don't think I'd be doing anything more than first two. So it would probably be... I already have shoulders. So it'd probably have to be that I wouldn't really give a shit about a cloak, I don't think. Like, putting points into a cloak's not doing much for you. So it'd probably be only if I got the boots. If I killed, like, Vexy and got boots, and then was like, fuck, I want to level those. Or, I don't even know if there's anything off this boss I give a shit about. I guess if I got Tear Gloves. The waist sucks, and the Catalyst waist sucks as well. This ring sucks. Wouldn't use the offhand, and it sucks. Is Reju build keepers? Nah, it's Wild Stalker. I don't know if there's anything specifically about Wild Stalker that is required, other than the fact that you get symbiotic blooms, which feels pretty good. Um, I actually, one thing I'd be curious about when you play with this build, the calling it a rejuve build is sort of a misnomer because you get a lot of rejuves out during healing, and that part is true, but where your healing comes from is not rejuve, it is regrowth by a fucking mile. It's basically what the rejuve build is doing, is just juicing the ever-living fuck out of your regrowth. And one thing about Keeper that's interesting is Keeper buffs your regrowth healing by 9%. And I almost wonder if there's... I actually may play around with that a bit. I may give that some thought. What are the chances we take off mastery for verse? Yeah, I don't know. One thing I will say is that I feel like mastery
3,
is
2,
part of the
1.
photosynthesis engine. Like, your healing needs to have a baseline amount of power to it in order to pull off photo. Or else you're just not gonna... Like, basically, your healing has to be insane all the time for photo to work. Yo!
AoE. AoE. AoE.
Oh, I was gonna change the positioning of that special weak ore shit.
AoE. 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 AoE.
Hey, can that little guy stop being that little guy, you know? Did you just not do that? Fuck, okay, or you just get pissed and bring the ceiling down on us. Alright, Haas, I saved Heart of the Wild for this shit, so I hope it was worth it. Alright, you can kill these little boys with the cart?
F.
So now we try to pull them onto the tracks. Woo! That was close.
Charge. Charge. F. Charge.
Fuck. Oh no, I stepped into the fucking cart trying to. Wow. Unfortunate. Probably need like a thing to alert me of when the cart's coming. A fucking air horn or some shit. Of course, I get the int proc right as we kill the boss. God damn it.
I know this place. Old Wakebeard's been here forever. Didn't trust nobody. So mean. Quick, faster, faster.
AoE.
I'll catch up.
AoE. 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 AoE.
Oh no.
AoE. AoE. AoE.
Fire bad, not wax. Hurts cold.
AoE.
Yo, that was a good one. Thought my offensive was up, but it was not up.
AoE. AoE.
All right. Is there like a general
AoE. Soon.
responsibility on this fight for like who's does candles and who does the snuff out shit?
Dodge.
All right, Brock says he'll do snuff.
Targeted. Five. Dodge. AoE.
The fuck? Why does that hurt so much?
Soon. Dodge. Targeted. Five. Dodge. AoE. Soon.
All right. Good.
Dodge. Targeted. Five. Dodge.
Saw a lot of fire bolts aimed at that DK right there.
Three. Two. One.
Why did it say 3, 2, 1 and then nothing happened? I want to convoke for damage here, but I feel like they're gonna do something that makes me regret that. Maybe not. Maybe I can fucking rip it. Yeah, there's no way I regret this.
2, 1. Knock. Three, 2, 1. Knock. Three, 2, 1. Knock.
Oh wow, that's right at me. And I reacted it about like you would expect a 40-year-old to.
Bait. Targeting. Clear. Bait. Clear.
Okay.
Targeting. Clear. Bait. Bait. Targeting. Clear. Bait. Clear. Bait. Clear.
Shit. Bro, my little dwarven buddy popped out. Let's go.
Bait.
I've been told that he can die, actually. Like, he can just he can, like, take damage and just die. And that would suck, right? Like, if he popped out to buff me and then he just flopped over like an asshole. Where's another light source? Flim Flam the Cowardly. What's the purpose of that guy? Why is there a named is there a little named rat in here? What's he do? Flim Flam is a menace. Pull him and find out, bitch. You don't earn the nickname Flim Flam by being a fucking pussy. Whoa. No, horror. Don't drain the light. I'm gonna kick you when you try it. I know what you're doing. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm leaving. Nope, coming back. Got it. Fuck you. All right, so we got 8 minutes to do 7% count and a boss. I gotta figure out the cadence for this boss, by the way. There's gotta be like some sort of rotation that you do for like grabbing the campfire shit. There's gotta be some way that like makes the most sense. People will, or people with, I'm assuming people with circle run out and grab one. Tank grab one on big AoE to replenish. Okay. Well, it's not a healer job. Ha 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 ha. All right, 6 minutes with lust.
Dodge. Three, two, one. AOE. Dodge.
New Brock's getting all the fucking mechanics, lol. Woo!
Dodge.
Could have barked him on that, I guess.
Three, two, one. AOE.
God damn, why does that shit hurt so much?
Dodge. Three, two, one. AOE. Dodge.
$61 points. Alright. 0 loot. Piss fuck. Feel like he should pick some. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is like I just don't know I feel like the like there's got to be some ideal method. I guess it makes sense that a person with circle runs out to grab it because that's a natural, like you're going to have to get out of the group. You like it's your job to leave the group, so you might as well just run towards the circle and grab it. Is that, and then somebody needs to grab it during AoE. I guess I could run out before the AoE each time and grab one on the way in. Pick up the candle on the frontal. The tank said he was doing the frontal. That one was that he specifically said he was going to do the candle on the frontal. But yeah, that may not be the best. That may not be the ideal way to do it. All right, so we got our 3K score. I actually was about to make. I forgot to do this. I was going to, and I just now remembered I was going to do this when I got 3K score today. I remember I was going to make my stream title today, getting 3K score today, or going back to EU. And that would have been anticlimactic to get 3K score like on my first dungeon of the day. So. Anyone for a floodgate? Oh, fuck. That's like the last key I need right now. I need to just go do some fucking mechagons and shit, man. I already have a 14. Oh, I like this guy. He has a 0 theater of pain going in for the 13. I'm gonna upload this log real quick, see what the uptime was on the what is the uptime of this trinket on this run? Alright, Dark Flame Clef, buffs. 16%, not a bad one actually. Like I said, I've seen as high as 20, but I've also seen as low as 13, so 16% seems like a pretty good outcome. Let's have a look here. How often did it land on Lust? All right. Yeah, they're running Floodgate. I've already got a 14 of that shit, so. Okay, anyway, so we were looking at uptime. All right. So we got, these are the procs. Where's our Bloodlusts? Did it land on a Bloodlust? There was at least some overlap with a Bloodlust every time. It may not have been perfect. Like, this one's not ideal. I think it pops up as Lust is ending. And this one is kind of deep into Bloodlust, but I do think it was a full buff on a Bloodlust. This one is what you want to see, where you just get it squarely in the middle of the Bloodlust. Does it always buff everyone? Yeah, you can see the buff uptime on the group. It's always a 5 stack. Like, this is tracking all 5 people in the group, and you can see it's all 5 every time they get it. Like, there's each of Barak's, each of Bud's, each of mine, each of Lamone's, each of Z-Tips. If it buffs everyone that's completely OP, well, therein lies the rub. I think on paper the trinket is way more stats than any competitive, like any other trinket it's competing with, but it is a low uptime trinket, and it's buffing other people as well as yourself, so you're not getting the that the value of that trinket is not in you, it's in what it's doing for the group. And frankly, I think that's the way that you should do these trinkets. I like that we've now had back-to-back seasons where there's an option like this, where there's some trinket that's very strong on paper, but part of the reason why it's strong is because it buffs other people. And I like that trade-off where you have to make a decision. Do I want a trinket that does a lot for me, or am I willing to do a trinket that is worth potentially more, but it's more because it buffs other people? Dude, how little healing do shamans do that doing 52k HPS is 96 percentile? There's no decision here because I think it's 2.5 more stats on the trinkets. Yeah, I think on paper it's just better. Like, I don't think there's really much argument. In the same way that I felt like last season Concoctory was just straight up better than other seasons or other trinkets, because the amount of stats it gave was just like versus other trinkets. But the thing was, with Concoctory, you saw people not playing it because they felt like they needed more personal performance. Like, I thought we'd see healers running Concoctory in TGP, but for most keys, except for the keys they were working up, like the lower keys, on like the highest keys, like none of the healers ran Concoctory because they were all of the opinion that they needed more buffing for themselves. Even though Concoctory was doing more, like as a whole, it was clearly more stats for the group than running a personal trinket. All the healers ran 2 personal trinkets because they felt like they needed all the stats they could get for themselves. So that's like the decision that you have to make then is are you willing to trade off some of your own performance for the performance of the group? All right, 14 workshop. Yeah, get me in there. Let me get that score. That, if I could get into a 14 workshop, I'm gonna get like 100 fucking score for that shit. I'm not even sure I'm exaggerating on that. How much are these? Are like 390, and I currently, no, I guess it is a bit of an exaggeration. I'll get 70 points for it. Fuck you. Fuck a discipline priest. 13 workshop. I didn't want to do your fucking 14 workshop anyway. Damn, there's a lot of workshops up right now. There we go. Hell yeah. Alright. Really want this for you to back it up on and put that thing on it. Alright. To Mechagon we go. Just as soon as I remember how the fuck to get to the portal room. I like the animation of this bird when you speed rush with it. It like pulls its wings in close. I am genuinely impressed with how much work they did on the models of mounts. The number of different mounts that they specifically animated for skywriting. And it's not like they added a shitload of animations, but the number of different kind of one-off models I've seen that have clearly had animations built for skywriting is something that I think is commendable. Yo, real Luxtos? I don't think I've ever played with Luxtos before. How much healing did the trinket do this run? 1.1% and 0. when the percentage is actually 0%, that's kind of oh, so I was gonna also give some consideration to I wonder what changes if I play Keeper versus Wildstalker with the exact same talents. Let's see. So we would lose 5% healing from Symbiotic Blooms, plus however much Symbiotic Blooms is buffing all of your healing. And it buffs everything. It's not like just HOTS or whatever. It's buffing all healing done. You would replace that with Grove Guardians that buff your healing by 5% when out. And if you wanted, you could have pretty close to 100% uptime on Grove Guardians with Keeper. Because you can get the hero talent that knocks them down to a 17-second CD. They last for 15 seconds. So you would have to get pretty deep into a fight before you ran out of Grove Guardian charges. So you could keep more or less a 5% healing buff up all the time. And then Grove Guardians are increasing healing of your Rejuve, Efflow, and Life Bloom, where Wildstalker is permanently buffing your Rejuve, Efflow, and Life Bloom. So you would get, what is this? What's the difference? So Rejuve, Efflow, Life Bloom versus Rejuve, Efflow, Life Bloom. Okay, same heals. So for as long as you have a Grove Guardian out, these two are essentially offset, and you're doing the same amount of healing with both. You get the haste buff from casting Swiftmend with Cenarius's Might. But Wildstalker gives you the thing where casting Regrowth causes all of your heals to crit for 8% for 10 seconds. And you're casting Regrowth often enough that that's more or less a permanent buff to your HOTS of 8% crit. Then you get 9% more Regrowth, Wild Growth, and Swiftmend healing, as well as the 8% DR from Regrowth on yourself. Wildstalker gives you way more Regrowth healing on yourself. So yeah, I don't know. I guess you get Dream Petals with this shit. Not that I think that Dream Petals probably offset Bursting Growth. Those are probably similar amounts of healing. Feel that pugging Mythic Plus is worse on NA than EU? Yeah, I mean, a very common comment that I got when I was on EU doing pugs was people looking at the keys in the group finder and going, wow, those are so much higher than they are on NA. So that's probably true. Keeper's only good with a Dream of Scenarios build when you don't need
5,
mega healing.
4, 3,
I don't know.
2,
I wouldn't
1.
necessarily be so confident in making that proclamation. I'd need to test it out a bit. At the very least, I can't imagine that your hero talents make that big of a difference.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate.
But maybe
the
they
city
do.
itself.
Maybe there's some part of it that I'm
means passing through the Robodrome.
underestimating, but
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood! Now this is a statistical.
goddamn, Destro Lock.
Visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena.
Top damage blackened soul, whatever the fuck that is. I've for sure seen that spell before in my life.
And no mercy for you.
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear
No.
a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
Dodge.
If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
Dodge. Dodge. No. Dodge. 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 No. Dodge.
Okay.
Still throwing them out with the trash.
Symbiotic blooms feel so much more impactful. I would, in theory, I think agree. Like I would say I would rather have symbiotic blooms, but that's why I want to test it is because symbiotic blooms feels like it's probably doing more But part of that's because you just actually see symbiotic blooms like on your frames all the time. You don't really see what Grove Guardians is doing for you.
CC. AOE. CC. CC. AOE. CC. 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 AOE.
AD, 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 AD. Gotta keep the fingers warm, gotta keep the fingers warm.
CC. 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 CC.
CC, 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 CC.
CC.
Iron bark.
Iron bark.
CC.
I like to break up the CC. I think this Warlock's being a bro and dispelling himself. He got a little imp out. We got an int buff? No, we just got a hot. That feels bad.
Three, two, one. Five,
Should have walked you earlier.
three, two, one. Spread.
Playtime.
Three, two, one. Hide.
Should have walked you earlier.
Mage got
Three,
a little too greedy.
one. 3, 2, 1. Tide.
Should have walked you earlier.
3, 2, 1. Spread.
Playtime.
3, 2, 1. Tide.
Knew I should have walked you earlier.
3, 2, 1.
Look out below.
Spread.
Playtime.
3, 2, 1. Tide.
Knew I should have walked you earlier.
3, 2, 1.
Look out below.
Yum, 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 yum.
Victory bell.
Any gatewayers? Any gateway enjoyers in the chat? Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Hit the button. Okay, we wait for everybody to get in here, and then we rip a fatty roar.
Warning, excessive levels of flesh detected. Warning.
Attention, citizens! Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
All right,
So,
we lost these.
a few of my lesser inventions.
AoE.
So, you possess a modicum of skill.
Now we bring the fat boy out.
Efficient against my newest prototype.
Tide. Tide.
Sparklocks! The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
Dude, I love having my laser cat form back. This shit's so good.
Rest assured, these
I didn't realize how much I missed that, TBH. Now we rip a little speed buff for everybody. Fuck them up. They're gonna run faster than they expected and probably die.
Warning. Excessive
Uh-oh, there was one.
flesh detected. Warning.
That's right, BFA gamers indeed. I'm hot cause I'm fly. You ain't cause you not. This is why, this is why, this is why I'm hot. Do not giga wallop. That shit is illegal.
Shield.
Woo!
Shield.
All right.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers.
3, 2, 1.
Roses are of the
Your
Oh my
survival
god, I am
wasn't
completely fucking blind. That is fucking crazy how much I did not even look a little bit at where that was coming from. I was totally fucking unaware of the fact that I was about to die. There was normally on this fight you have, what the fuck is that? I didn't die again to this shit, did I? What the fuck? Am I sitting here fucking yapping and dying again? What happened there?
3, 2, 1.
Alright. It's time for me to shut the fuck up and I guess pay attention to this fucking fight, dude. Did one of those things like eject onto my head? Is that what happened? I'm like fucking like actually like really spooked right now. I feel like my brain is like not working. That was the second one that like I just had. I was in the middle of explaining that normally I have a sense of when I'm in danger on this fight, even if I'm not exactly sure of where the danger is coming from. And that was 2 in a row. That just 0. Oh my god. What a fucking cancerous overlap.
2.
Stop, dude! Jesus fuck! Like you're just trying to kill me now, fight! That's fucking crazy! Bro, this is disgusting. What are these fucking
Beam.
buzzsaws? Okay, squirrel. You don't have to do it like that. Bro, what is this fight right now?
I'll just take a little off the top.
3, 2, 1.
My roses are of the highest caliber.
Beam.
This is your first notice. I'll just take a little off the top.
Okay, well, at least it wasn't just me that got hit by the hedges. That would have felt like a real asshole. Nobody else died from it, but it's only because their classes have bullshit cheat deaths and insane HP and whatnot.
returns. I'm impressed you made it this far.
You are no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning machine that must be shut down.
Poor child. If only you could accept the truth. The curse of flesh has run rampant across Azeroth, and I will replace it with mechanical
Shield.
purity.
Shield. AoE. AoE.
One thing I love about
Shield.
the TWW Weak Ore pack is that it has these timers for when the shields are gonna drop. I'm pretty sure these existed somewhere. Last time Workshop was in the dungeon pool, but I didn't have them. So you were just always like a little bit you were always nervous because you would stand in the shield sometimes, like when the squirrel would be ready to pop, and you'd be like, is the shield about to disappear right as the squirrel goes off? I don't really know. I feel like the shield's been up for a while, so it could. Now I just have a handy little timer that lets me know, like,
AoE. Shield. AoE. AoE. Shield. AoE. AoE.
Witness perfection.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems.
what the hell is happening?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thruster.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems.
God damn, man. I went so far off the screen I couldn't even see it. I just had like the barest hint that there was an arrow pointing in my direction. I couldn't even fucking see it.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thruster.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Targeting.
Cannot elude my targeting systems. Activating thrusters.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Cannot elude my targeting systems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You cannot elude my targeting systems.
Okay. Still got one B res.
You have defeated me.
Blah la.
Fools! All you have done
I need to keep an eye out of where these things are about to redirect to.
You wish to test my true ordnance? Happily obliged. All
Dodge.
power to weapons.
Dodge. Targeted. Pull.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Dodge.
Fully charged.
Dodge. Targeted.
Cannon fully charged.
Dodge. Dodge.
Where's that one coming from? I don't like that.
Pull.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Shit.
All
Dodge.
power to weapons.
Dodge.
Ooh!
Dodge.
That was spooky. Oh no. Unfortunate.
All
Dodge.
power to weapons.
Alright. 57 points. Easy peasy.
The mech originator has been destroyed. And so has my father. You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one my people share. We must now focus on rebuilding. But if you ever require our assistance, you need only request it.
Huh. This partnership wasn't that bad. Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance mooks can be.
Thanks to Team Master Overspark's leadership, the threat of world annihilation was averted.
Oh, don't forget to mention my technical
All right.
in dismantling
Should you
your
craft a weapon
expendable
first? If so, staff or main. When I asked Dreamgrove, they all seem to be of the opinion you should craft a staff. It'll be the best use of crests in the short term. May not be the best use of stuff in the long term, but... Alright. Oh, we get to unlock resilient crest... or resilient keystones. Fuck yeah. Crafting staff is bis. Well, in terms of, like, the most impactful thing you could craft this week, unless you get a mythic weapon out of your vault, you're going to be doing more to increase your character power by crafting a staff, or I should say a weapon. And then, in particular with a staff, you save gilded crests because you're using 60 crests. Like, no matter what you craft, you're using 60 crests. If you craft a two-hander, you're essentially getting a 675 piece in two different slots, main hand and offhand, for the price of one thing. Where you would have to spend 60 crests. Like, if you craft an offhand or a two-hander, you're spending 60 crests, but with a two-hander, you're getting both main hand and offhand. Now, most people's bis is going to be, or I should say nobody's bis is going to be a crafted weapon. in a two-hand, like a crafted two-hander. Your Bis will either be the two-hander from Raid, best in slots, or it's going to be a main hand with a crafted offhand, because you eat a 3-eye level loss on an item when you craft it. So your Bis is never going to be a crafted two-hander. So in the long run, it's not what you're going to use, but in the short run, it will be a considerable power bump over probably anything else you craft. But yeah, if you were to get also I don't know if there's a lot of good two-handers from like Mythic Plus this season. Like there's a lot of ones with like weird shit on them. Like there's the neural synapse enhancer that has the on use effect. That's and then there's the two-hander from Rookery that is just crit, and then it has a chance to like give you haste, but that's not good. So a lot of the two-handers from Mythic Plus are just like not shit you really want. And then from Raid, I think there's the one that's best for a lot of people from One-Armed Bandit, the best in slots, but that's very rare. And then other than that, is there even another two-hander from this raid? I feel like there was, but I don't. Yeah, this Alpha Qual, which is like high mastery, low crit. First off, you would have had to have killed Sprocketmonger for that to even be an option, which at this point a lot of people haven't. And it's pretty bad stats for Druid. No haste on it. So there's probably not a lot of alternative shit that's going to drop from the vault where you were like, oh, because like last season, for instance, there was quite a few things that could have dropped from the vault that you would have been happy with, I think. Let's see, what were all the dungeons? There was the two-hander from City of Threads was like high haste staff. Let's see, did Dawnbreaker have anything? No, it was Stone Vault, wasn't it? Yeah, there was a haste mastery staff from Stone Vault, or a crit haste staff from Stone Vault. So there were like several two-handers that could drop that you would be okay using. That you wouldn't have considered them like shitty. But this season, there's not a whole lot of chances to get a two-hander that you'd be happy using. Looks like DH is taking the cake as tanks of season 2. They're definitely doing a lot of the high keys. And it's just another one of those things where like Chaos brand just stays winning. Like I don't know what the comp would have to look like for it to be a monk season, like for you to want to bring Mystic Touch over Chaos brand. Now you don't necessarily have to choose between the two, but usually you're going to try to build your comp around one or the other. And once again, we're in a season where basically every big damn doer is a magic spec. So not a lot of reason to bring either doing magic damage or a caster. So the warrior AP buff isn't necessarily huge. Like it would help in this group, it would have helped the DK, but it would have done nothing for the mage and the lock. Mystic Touch would have done very little for this group. I mean, shit. He like Unholy DK literally does. Yeah, I have to scroll down to here before I see a physical attack. He does not have a single instance of damage that is physical until you get down to white swings at 1% of his damage. So Mystic Touch would have done almost nothing for him. In fact, it may have done even more for the Warlock than for him. If the Warlock is getting Mystic Touch, that is, if the Warlock pets are doing damage that's physical. I almost wonder if he would have gotten more from... like his pets getting... So, yeah, it's another season where casters are looking pretty good. So Chaos Brand will be in demand again. And DH does seem like I haven't played with a lot of tanks in high keys, which may be saying something in and of itself, but Demon Hunter definitely seems very tanky. I feel like Demon Hunter has a brief window at the start of a pull where it's a little sketchy while it's gathering stuff. Like it seems like they're trying not to pop their shit till everything's gathered. So there's like a little window there at the start of a pull where sometimes the Demon Hunter's health will go real fast. You know, go, oh shit. But like once everything's grouped, it feels like the Demon Hunter is fully online and their health just isn't a problem after that. I think if I remember right, I had a key I did yesterday where the tank was the lowest healing I did out of everyone in the group, which is so far and away from what it is in most seasons. I mean, even when a tank is a fairly self-sufficient tank, they're usually going to be my highest healing done, just because there's pulls where they're the only one taking damage, but they were literally the lowest healing done on my meter. Let's see what this key was. Yeah, he was almost the lowest healing done on this key too. God, dude. Unholy DKs just need like so little healing. That's ridiculous. I even had symbiotic relationship on him and it just didn't fucking matter. Damage taken. Does he take like a normal amount of damage? I mean, sort of. He's definitely taking less than everybody else, but not that much less. Rejuve is useless healing in Mythic Plus? Not necessarily. Now, I mean, like, it did, like, 8.5% of my healing, and then Germ did 5%. But it's doing more than just that. So, obviously, Rejuve, you can tell how much healing the individual hots are doing. But each of them is a mastery stack, and right now I'm running 23.4% mastery. So for each Rejuve or Germ on a target, they're taking 23.5% more healing. And then one of the most important things this season for Rejuve is that it's stacking up your abundance, which is making your regrowths crit more, cost less mana, and with Wildwood Roots, making them cast faster. So it allows you, by having a bunch of Rejuves out, not only are they doing some amount of healing. I mean, that's not like I've definitely had seasons where Rejuve is doing way less of my healing than this. So not only is Rejuve doing some healing and adding some mastery value, but it's also making your regrowth, like, it's just buffing your regrowth in like every way. It's making it hit harder, cast faster, cost less. It's making, and this, I mean, regrowth is your bread and butter right now. So the fact that Rejuve does that much for it is a really big deal. Mastery or reverse for pure healing? Yeah, I mean, this definitely does feel like a season where healer damage is just not going to be that meaningful. And if I get to a point where I feel like I need it to live, verse, that is. Like if I'm getting one shot, basically my rule of thumb with verse is you should never be the first person in a group to die if like from a one shot mechanic. If you are hang on, while I'm yapping, let me figure out where the fuck to hand this in. Where does this go? Meet with Lynn Dormy. Is she in the portal room? That's where she is, right?
Looking for
Okay.
someplace new to explore? Try not to slay too many dragons, okay?
Was I oh, so general rule of thumb in terms of survivability is don't be the first person in the group to die to a one shot. Like as a key level increases, eventually everybody's going to die. As the key level goes up, you will eventually hit a key level where everybody in the group is going to get one shot by a mechanic, regardless of how many defensives or whatever you pop. But there will be a point where mechanics start one-shotting some people in the group, but potentially not others. And you want to make your verse high enough, or survivability, I guess, high enough that you're not the first guy to die. Because at that point, it doesn't matter how much survivability you have, because if somebody else in the group is dying, then it's like, well, we're stuck here no matter what. Like, if they're dying, doesn't matter how survivable I am because they're dead. So you want to have enough survivability where it's not you that's the first guy dying. And then beyond that, more survivability than that seems just kind of, I feel like, wasted. There are more things I could do in my talent tree if I wanted to increase my survivability. Primarily, I could take Ursine Vigor and drop into bear form during a mechanic. Now, there are some mechanics where you don't necessarily have the luxury of dropping into bear form because you're needing to do healing, but usually those mechanics are not one-shot mechanics. Usually those are like HPS check mechanics where your health may move quickly, but it won't disappear from full to dead. And if it doesn't disappear from full to dead, then I don't feel like I necessarily need verse. And like I said, this season, if you're playing photo in particular, it feels like you want to stack mastery, because if you're not playing flourish, you are essentially banking on the fact that you can do enough healing at all times that you won't need a cooldown. You're basically gambling that you just do so much HPS in your base kit that you don't need buttons to push to keep people alive. And mastery is going to do a shitload of work in a situation where, like, if you've got like Candle King from that Dark Flame that we did before, that's the kind of fight where mastery value is just incredible, because you're going to have probably 2 rejuves out on everybody, regrowth out on most people. You're going to have your F-flow down. Hopefully people are standing in. You're going to have Spring Blossoms on them. If they drop low enough, Colt is going to proc. You're going to have your Insurance Hots rolling. Symbiotic Blooms out. So you're going to have a fuckload of Hots on everybody. And you're going to have them out basically all the time. So you're going to be doing a shitload of healing with mastery stacks there. The only time I have ever run into a situation where I felt like I had too much mastery was in Season 4 BFA with Corruption, where you were able to stack such a ridiculous amount of mastery if you wanted to, that it truly did feel like you were like, bro, what am I even doing here? Like, I just top people off in one spell cast. Like, I don't... This is just too much. That's where Druid started stacking Verse, because more Verse continued to help, because it allowed you to do damage as well. So you could still meet healing checks by stacking Verse, but it also made you tankier and allowed you to DPS. But otherwise, I don't think there's ever been a point where I was just like, yeah, man, I definitely have way too much mastery right now. More mastery is always good for healing, and if you're playing photo where you don't really have cooldowns on Druid, like I've dropped Trank, I don't have Flourish, so I have one button and it's Convoke. So if a damage pattern happens more than once a minute, I better be able to heal through it without CDs. Did I craft a haste master weapon? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, and then I may try a key as keeper with the same talents, but trying it as keeper to see how that feels, to see if there's a noticeable difference or not. I don't necessarily know that there's any reason I want to play keeper, and at some level, it's just out of curiosity to see if it's a noticeable drop off. But mostly just to see if there's anything that happens where I'm like, oh shit, I didn't think about that. That's actually an interaction that never occurred to me. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, well, the kids apparently ordered McDonald's and got me McChickens, so. Have I tried messing with Dream Scenarios? Yeah, I don't know. I tried really hard to make it work, and I just don't think it works that well. Especially not in Wildstalker, which I feel like is, or I should say, especially with the Rejuve build, which I feel like is very strong. All right, so if I was gonna run a keeper build, hungry Burger King just shits on McDonald's in every aspect. Yeah, I don't know that I have a strong preference one way or the other. All right. Do I have any desire to take control of the dream? Do I play Wild Soccer mostly? Recently, over the last few days, yes. I was exclusively playing Keeper at the start of the season, but I think the Wild Stalker build felt good. However, I don't know if it's actually Wild Stalker that feels good or just playing more around Rejuve. McDonald's burgers have been bland. Well, yeah, in fairness, these are McChickens. I don't know how Burger King's chicken sandwiches are. What up, Shino? Glad I'm back. Thank you. Glad to be back. All right. Is there any other change I'd make here? I don't think so. Now, the one thing I think I might do with Keeper that I wouldn't necessarily do with Wildstalker, given how little value Verdant Infusion seems to give, I think I might try playing Double Swiftmend and Renewing Surge. And now I gotta remember, what talent point did I take out to put into Renewing Surge? It was Nature Swiftness, that's what it was. Wild synthesis, kind of whatever. It's specifically for photosynthesis because the hot that the tree puts out is another thing that can proc photo. If I was playing Flourish, I'd drop it, but yeah, if you're playing photo, then the that wild growth hot counts as another source of hots ticking that can proc your blooms. All right, now the question is, what am I doing for damage in this build? Actually, I don't know why I did all this shit. Hang on. Undo all that. Swap this back over here. Let me let me swap over to my talent build that's actually for Keeper of the Grove. Specifically for this reason. All right. Excuse me. Okay, so this build, this and this and this out and put this and this in. Switch this to this. These to this. Switch this to this. Okay, I think that's everything. Now, the other question is, what do we do over here? Because I feel like without how much I guess I wonder how much of a buff is Wildstalker to your bleeds. Because a lot of what you're getting out of Wildstalker damage is thriving or Bloodseeker Vines and bursting growth. Without those things, spamming Rake is a lot less interesting. So I wonder if I take what if I just keep casting? I wonder if I stay as a spellcaster and just play around Starfire instead of Rakes. We're going to be truly anemic on single target. The other thing I was giving some thought to is there, if I don't give a shit about cooldowns this season, is there anything to be said for switching back to Incarn over Tree or over Convoke? Boomkin Convoke Blast? Yeah, I just don't know how much fucking... I don't know how much I care. Bet Incarn is good. It's just Convoke aligns with a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's a few bosses where you have 1 minute mechanics, so Convoke's up every time. Just something to keep in mind, I guess. Partly because if you're playing Keeper, you're getting faster Grove Guardians. You can flood the your CDR and potentially make your tree into like a 1.5 minute cooldown or something. And not even necessarily that I'm looking to play Incarn, just more like I feel like people don't even really think about it anymore. It's just everybody just goes Convoke and you just don't. It's not even a thing you like consider. All right. I guess the other thing is, do I play Master Shapeshifter in this? My damage is going to be insanely turbo dog shit if I don't. Not that I think that this does anything especially meaningful to my healing. It's 5% more from your heal over time effects. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but that means some amount of regrowth. I don't know what percentage of regrowth is direct healing versus hot, but that means it's not affecting some amount of this. It's not affecting insurance. Now, maybe it's affecting how often insurance comes out, but it's not affecting how much healing insurance does. I don't think. Actually, maybe it does affect the hot portion of it. Wouldn't affect nourish. Doesn't affect. Well, I guess you get more verdancy procs with it. Doesn't affect Swiftmend. Actually, don't remember if it affects Eplo or not. Now, this doesn't do anything for your healing. So this is strictly for damage. But if I don't take it, my damage will be... If I take Liveliness instead of Master Shapeshifter, my damage will be just incredibly pathetic. This actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is almost enough to make me just abandon this completely. Because now that I'm thinking about it, it's like... What's the upside of Keeper of the Grove? I mean, I guess the whole point of this was to test it, just to see, but... the fact that I feel like I need to take this talent just is sort of like, well, if you're not taking Liveliness, then how much more healing could you really be doing in Keeper if you're having to give up a healing talent? Or you're playing Keeper with Liveliness and just accepting that your damage is now going to be just fucking cheeks. Like, just really bad. Which, I mean, I guess if you do truly believe in the, like, healer damage is irrelevant this season, maybe you don't care. Maybe that's what I should test, is, like, how bad is druid damage if you just play Liveliness without Master Shapeshifter. As Keeper of the Grove. Now, I guess I could just go back and play, like, the damage talents from Wildstalker, but without Vines and Bursting Growth, the damage is going to be a lot lower. And you just get buffs to... I don't think Keeper does anything to buff your cat form abilities, so you get... What is... You get 5% Rip Ferocious Bite damage, just 3% more damage when you're in cat form in general. And was there one more thing? No, maybe not. So yeah, if you're not playing Master Shapeshifter, then I feel like you're just conceding that your damage is going to be butt. And I don't know what the upside of Keeper of the Grove is going to be at this point. Like, what about Keeper is potentially better than... Wildstalker? Like I said, these are... Like, this offsets the other talent that gives you 10% more airflow, life bloom, and rejuve healing. This does give you 9% more regrowth healing, but Wildstalker gives you the thing where your hots crit 8% more after you regrowth. So I feel like that's probably... How much do I do with Wild Growth and Swiftmend? Now, my Swiftmend healing would probably go up with this build because I have double... I'm running 2 charges instead of 1, and I'd have Symbiotic... or Renewing Surge. But probably not go up in, like, a super meaningful way. Now, you do get 8% more... or 10% more haste for 6 seconds when you Swiftmend in this build, which is... not terrible. I also don't know how much healing my Dream Petals are going to do with the Rejuve build. Maybe Dream Petals pop off when you have that many stacks on people. Whatever, dude. Stop being a bitch and just play it. All right. We'll just play Liveliness and just accept that my damage is going to be bad, and we'll see how bad is. All right. 12. I don't want to grief somebody's actually good key if I'm going to be testing shit out. Okay, what's a key that seems chill? Like mother load probably is chill. Sign up for a 12 theater, I guess. Oh, that was a fat dude. Dude, being 3K is fucking goated. Holy shit. I could barely even click sign up before the accept button popped up. Alright. That was fucking crazy how fast that shit popped up. What the hell? Alright, theater. Okay, so what about my playstyle is going to change? I need to be slamming Swiftmen more often. I need to not go into cat form. Keybind check? Ooh, good call. But I should be all my normal keybinds, because... Oh, wait, no, I moved this over to here. Okay, otherwise, should be all the... Actually, I just realized I don't have Grove Guardians in my Moonkin form. Did I know that before? Maybe I have them as mouse overs, so it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll play Fluid form for kicks. Okay, so who am I keeping my light blooms on? Probably Warrior and Mage, so we'll put the Symbiotic on the... DK. I actually wonder how much healing or how much damage you could do with Nature's Vigil. With Keeper of the Grove and slamming Grove Guardians, I wonder how close you could get in Karn to a 1.5 minute CD to where you could just pop Nature's Vigil like on CD with Tree Form and just use Tree Form as a damage cooldown by blasting Nature's Vigil. All right. Trinket is good.
5, 4, 3.
I feel like I'm gonna notice a talent that I want as soon as the key starts.
Dodge.
Well, we have resilient. I'm discovering, so we can go again. All right. That's some good nourish healing. This is sick. How is our damage? Yeah, nature's vigil. Let's go. What my dream blooms do? 3%.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
AoE. Dodge. AoE. Dance. AoE. Spread. Dodge. Dodge.
Wish that fucker would stop pointing his stupid fucking frontal at me. That'd be sick.
Dance.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have 2 charges of Swiftman.
Dodge.
We'll use that right now.
Dodge. AoE. Dance. Spread. Dodge.
Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, I need to change out my innervate macro here. Okay. Not using my fucking Grove Guardians enough, but maybe I just didn't need to. Where are we going? Where are we going?
AoE. 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE.
We have an imp buff. We have an imp buff.
My blade will bathe in your blood!
Blue.
Okay.
Rallying cry.
Lead. Lead.
Your bones will adorn my armor!
Okay,
Three,
we're death skipping.
2, 1.
Do I have Moonkin macro? No, it's fluid form. I shift into Moonkin every time I Wrath or Starfire.
You had best make this interesting. Crawl before the storm!
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Dodge.
My strength!
Dodge. Stop cast.
Oops.
Show me what you can do! My blade knows no equal!
2, 1. Dodge. Stop cast. Dodge.
Five, four, three,
3,
two,
2, 1. Dodge. Stop cast. Dodge.
five, four,
3,
three,
2,
two, 1.
1. Stop cast. Dodge.
My fucking Grove Guardian refuses to put a Moonfire on the banner. He's like racist or something. This shit's starting to piss me off.
Five, four,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Dodge. Dodge. Stop cast.
Five, four,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Dodge. Dodge. Stop cast.
Five, four,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Dodge. Dodge. Stop cast.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's not good. That's not great damage, but that's whatever. That we knew that.
Rallying cry.
Oh shit! I thought we still had this pull. I didn't realize we grabbed all this. Oh, this Nature's Vigil feels really bad now. Just peek around the corner real quick. Now, one thing I will say about this build, having a shitload of Swiftmans does feel kind of good.
Dodge.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for checking.
1. Three, two, 1. 5.
Uh-oh. Man's took the shit.
3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Hide.
Okay. Ow.
3, 2, 1. Hide. Three, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Hide. 3, 2, 1. Hide.
Oh fuck. Ow, dude, fuck these guys.
3, 2.
Another trial down. Looks like we might have some real contenders here.
What's my haste percent? Well, it's the a lot of it is the wildwood roots. Makes your regrowths cast a lot faster when you have a bunch of rejuves out. Oh fuck. I'm just following people. I'm not even paying attention now.
Mortal lives are so fleeting, so fragile.
Three, 2, 1. AOE. 2, 1. AoE.
Why do I have a dirty circle on my head? Fuck is that? Oh, is that my buff? That's my trinket buff, I think. Haha, that's me putting my own dirty circle on us.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Falling. 3, 2, 1.
What is fun about druid healing versus others? I think I just like healing over time, which no other healer really leans into the way that druid does.
Dance. Dance.
All right, I don't know what happened in the last theater I was in, but it says I'm 14 minutes faster on killing Zab. I'm gonna guess we left him for last time, but
Dodge. Falling. Falling. Dodge. 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 Dodge.
oh, int buff as we run off the platform. Good. Did them in a different order? Yeah, but the thing is, if we did them in a different order, I don't know which one of them. Unless we're like 14 minutes slower on Kultharok, I'm faster on every other boss that we've done. So even if we did them in a different order.
Your souls are mine to claim.
4. Spread. 3, 2, 1. Stab.
Oh shit.
2, 1. Attack. Four.
Ah! Woo! Wow. Oh, I forgot I was going to charge at that boss when I went to kick it.
Three, 2, 1. Attack. Four.
No! Okay. Okay, yeah, we were 15 minutes. Okay, yeah. All right, that explains it. So we just did everything in the same order, except we did Zav first last time, and or Zav last time, and Kulturok first. Okay. No, that was an interesting key. All right. So let's have a look at how that broke down. More nourish, more swiftmend, less rejuve. So let's see here. What was the last dungeon we did? A 13 Mechagon. So relatively, regrowth was 23% of our healing on that key, and it was 23%. There's no way it's the same fucking amount of healing on both keys. You're telling me my regrowth and insurance were the exact same percentage? 23.4, 9.4, 23.4, 9.4. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, there's just no fucking way. There's just no fucking way. There's no fucking way. It was the same breakdown of both keys. All right. So, in Mechagon, we had... So I did more regrowth healing in theater, but more insurance healing. Well, let me just plug this into a log real quick. Be fucking easier. Have I tested Dream of Scenarios? Yeah, I can't find a build that I like it in. Yeah. All right. Is it uploaded? Yes. Okay. All right. So here's our stats tab from Mechagon. And then theater. Now, out of curiosity, let's go check the buff uptime for both these dungeons. Mechagon trinket was 11.5. That's the lowest I've seen it. So 11.5% uptime. I mean, oops. There's some stretches here in the middle of the dungeon. What is this? That's about, so procs at about 950, and then it doesn't proc again till 1330. So almost 4 minutes between procs. And then at the end of that, 1350 to 1750, then another 4 minutes. So there's a space of 8 minutes here where we get one proc in between, which is just, and another one here where it's 22 to 25. We basically go 3.5 minutes between procs. So, but then you can have spaces like this where you get a proc at like 25, 20-ish, and then another one at 26, 13. So like 45, 50 seconds later, and then another one at 27:09. So like another 50-ish seconds later, just starts going bang, bang, bang. All right, and then in theater, we had 18.5%. So huge uptime in theater. All right, anyway, okay, so any substantial differences between these runs? We had more abundant stacks in Mechagon than theater. Our Grove Guardians did a lot more HPS in theater, but I don't know if that was partially just because I was making really sure to press Grove Guardians all the time in theater. Soul of the Forest got way more value in theater because we're being able to press Swiftmend a lot more often with with Renewing Surge and Prosperity. You can press it a lot, so I would hope so. Verdancy's pretty similar. Cultivation. Actually got quite a bit more cultivation value in theater. I don't know why that would be. Spring Blossom's almost identical. Rampant Growth is fairly close. Got like 0 germ value in this dungeon from the hot extension. Photo's a bit better on Wild Stalker. A bit more Convoke value on this one. I don't know if that's meaningful or not. How much damage? I didn't even look. How much damage did we end with? 377? It's actually not terrible. What do we end at in Workshop? 433? Yeah, it's like, how did it do on bosses, I guess, is the real question. So on Zav, we did 348. Gorchop, we did 414. Kultarok, 300. And Mordred, though, we did 400. What are we doing? Like, okay, on Tussle Tonks, we did 600k. Cujo, we did 400k. 350k. Yeah, I actually don't know that it was that different, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is viable. What I will say is it definitely felt like or I should say where I think Keeper might be better than Wild Stalker is in burst windows, because you can dump Grove Guardians as a cooldown almost to get 5% more healing, and you could stack them if you wanted. So if you knew that there was going to be like a something like what would be, oh, the pull in Floodgate after the first boss, these guys, the Blood Warpers, you could dump, you could like maybe convoke one Warp Blood and then dump 3 Grove Guardians on the second one and have 15% more healing. Additionally, pressing Swiftman gives you 10% more haste for 6 seconds. And you've now got 2 charges of it if you're playing this. Now, I guess you could play this in Wildstalker as well. What is this? What is this? Hi. Lucky, thank you for the resub, babe. 28 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade babes. And life bloom rejuve and F-flow increased by 30%. Yeah, I don't know if that part's actually... I mean, F-flow healing is like a joke. Like it does like nothing. Why the fuck did my game just like crash? Oh, it actually did crash. What the fuck? All right. Sick. Yeah, anyway, F-flow is like what? Like 3% of my healing or some shit. Life bloom is equally pretty pissy. It would really only be rejuve, and I'm not sure that I care that much. All right. 14 theater, they said. Oh, look like he got knocked offline too. Uh-huh. Theater do I have? Oh, nice. It reset all my fucking... Oh, no. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. We try again. Well, the kids got picked up by their dad, so we are now officially in bachelor mode. And our first act of being in bachelor mode is, dude, is my entire group offline? Hell yeah. My first act of bachelor mode was having to clean up a shitload of McDonald's that the kids just ditched. Their dad showed up and they just left like fucking French fries and McNuggets and shit strewn everywhere. OnlyFans trying to do their raid, so it's that time. Is that really what this is? I saw that the servers took a shit during their last raid. Are people are they actually DDoSing the servers because of OnlyFans raids? I mean, I'd believe it. Like, is the fucked up thing. I would believe that. They DC'd right when they pulled Evan Rock and everyone's dead? Wait, what do you mean by everyone's dead? Like, everyone's dead? Woo, there we go, dude. 2100 MS. Let's go. Well, you know, you can't really be mad at the OnlyFans folks, but at the same time, it's kind of hard not to like. Not to be a little bit bitter towards them. Let's buy mounts and help the Cindy company. I mean, like, you can't even blame Blizzard, man. Like, what are you fucking supposed to make your servers fucking DDoS proof? I mean, if somebody wants to DDoS you, man, you're gonna get DDoSed. Like, there's not a lot of ways around that shit. We think it's because of OnlyFans. There's now been they've tried to raid. I think I saw on Twitter yesterday they tried to raid and the same thing happened. So extremely coincidental that they've tried to raid a couple days in a row now, and both times the servers shit their pants as soon as their raid starts. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Blizzard for getting DDoSed like that. That's just the that's just a thing. If somebody wants to It's like, if somebody has decided they're going to run into your car on the road, like you're out driving and you get into a traffic accident because somebody decided they're going to run into you. And it's like, way to be a defensive driver. And it's like, bro, if somebody wants to hit you with their car, they're going to fucking hit you with their car. There's not a lot of ways to avoid that. You have been disconnected from Blizzard services. I mean, these guys got some gear on them. Inspect. Nope. Inspect. Nope. Inspect. Nope. Inspect. Nope. Okay, well. See some druids play Wildstock without the double X bloom? How does that even work? Yeah, I mean, I think Dreamgrove's been recommending people play Power of the Archdruid. It's what you play in Raid. It's just, it's a potentially faster way to apply regrowth or rejuve. I fucking can't stand this talent. I don't like how RNG it is. I tried playing it in beta one time, and it tilted me so much that I refused to ever spec it again in keys. But there are some folks that think it's good. But yeah, I personally think, I mean, I sort of understand the idea behind getting rid of undergrowth. If you just look at how much healing your life bloom is doing on the meters, you'll be like, why am I investing talent points to get more of these? That feels bad. But I think Power of the Archdruid is a pretty dog shit talent. 60% is not nearly a high enough chance for what I'm looking for. How's regrowth that high? Well, it does a lot of healing, and I got a lot of talents to buff it. You got Abundance that makes it crit more, cost less. Wildwood Roots makes your rejuves let you cast it faster. Rampant Growth, so the hot splash onto your life bloom targets. And this, in that run, I was playing Keeper of the Grove that buffs your regrowth healing by 9% passively. Your insurance will occasionally proc regrowths. So, yeah, it's just a lot of things in your kit that buff regrowth. Don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Mm-hmm. Should I play Marvel Puzzle Quest while we wait? I need to do another clear. What level keys we doing? Well, let's see. Today we've done a 12, a 14, a 13, and a 12. DDoS again? Yeah. My MS has been sitting at... Actually, am I even online right now? Is anybody even moving? Yeah, I think I've disconnected and not realized it, really. Yeah. So, press exit game. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, I think tonight will be, well, if I have something to do, tonight will probably be my first attempt to stream. Wow, we'll try to do the split stream thing today, where I stream in the afternoon until, I don't know, dinner time or something, and then I'll probably go eat dinner and go clean up the fucking house after the cat. I don't know what the kids have done to it, but sure they have not left it in an amazing state. So probably eat dinner, clean up the house, and then if I can find more shit to do in the evening, then we'll probably try to turn the stream back on and see how that feels. And maybe I should just do that right now with the state of the fucking servers at the moment. Okay, we have two. Okay, it's 3 people are online, 2 are not. Good. Chap, thank you for the resub, babes. 61 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Well, I streamed dinner. No, probably not. I think we're gonna reheat the pizza from last night. We still have some pepperoni. Still have some pepperoni pizza in the fridge. Not a very exciting dinner. I am in, I've been working like overtime trying to clear out leftovers. Papa, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot, babes. We've had like leftovers here in varying amounts, and I've been trying to eat the leftovers, but then we keep getting new food every day too. So I'm like trying to juggle getting rid of leftovers and eating new food, and getting rid of leftovers and eating new food. And today I thought I was finally going to be able to make a big dent in the leftovers, but then the kids ordered McDonald's and got me 2 McChickens. So I think I don't even know that I'm going to be able to eat all the leftover pepperoni pizza unless the kids ate some of it. So we're like fucking 4 or 5 slices of it or some shit. So we're trying to eat some of the pepperoni pizza, and then whatever we don't get done with tonight, we'll maybe eat for breakfast or something. And then we still got some stuff from the run we did at Whole Foods where they gave us the mystery bag. We've got some shit left over from that. I'll probably have to eat some of tomorrow. And then hopefully we're back on schedule. Can I show talents? Yeah. Well, this is what my Wild Stalker build is looking like. And then I was testing out a Keeper of the Grove build that was looking like that. Jeffy, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Do I prefer Wild Stalker? Am I switching? We're just testing at the moment, just seeing what they feel like. It's healing wise, they're pretty similar. It's mostly the talents like that dictate how you're, because I mean that's really the thing about druid hero trees is there's not a whole lot of shit that changes between them in terms of your active play style. There's different buffs that you get from them, but in terms of like the buttons, you know, it's like if you play monk, you know, you'll get like an entirely different button for conduit, or like an entirely different resource you're tracking in harmony. But or like if you're playing evoker, you know, you have flame shaper, you got a whole new button. You got like engulf that you're playing around, or paladin with herald, you know, your wings have like enhanced functionality and shit that goes along with it. But with druid, like wildstalker and keeper, you don't gain any new buttons. The buttons don't really do anything dramatically different. There might be a few different considerations, like you play Grove Guardians, you know, Grove Guardians have a bit more to them in keeper, and there's like an extra hot you're tracking in wildstalker, but like the hot doesn't really necessarily change anything. It's just like, oh, the hot's out, good, that means more healing. So yeah, the play style is basically all dependent on what talents you're taking. Your hero tree doesn't have a whole lot to do with it. Back on US servers, how could you tell? What would I recommend for keys? Well, the default recommendation is Wildstalker, and at the moment, I don't see any reason to change that recommendation to Keeper. I think Wildstalker probably flows a bit more naturally. I've just been fucking around with Keeper to see if there's anything unexpectedly good about it. Based on the last run that I did with it, I would say there wasn't really any part of it that was unexpected. It's got a few things that are nice, like Swiftman giving you a shitload of haste is fun. Grove Guardians being like a mini cooldown on their own is kind of neat. But yeah, like I said, I mean, the hero trees don't change too much of the way that the specs work. Only things called it quits after a bunch dying? Yeah, I can't imagine logging in, pulling a boss, servers go down, half your raid dies, and there being any appetite to continue going. You know, we tried to pull a boss, half the raid died. Hey, you guys want to give it another shot? Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Sign me the fuck up. Let's pull again, baby. This is just Russian roulette at this point. Been able to test Algari Concordance? Yeah, I think it's an insane trinket in terms of what it does for your group. I've seen it. I've tested it across, at this point, probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 dungeons. The highest I've seen it, uptime-wise, is about 20%. The lowest is, I think I saw like an 11.5%. So there's certainly some variance there. Usually seems to settle in the mid-teens, like 13 to 15. And at that rate, at that proc rate, 13 to 15%, the amount of stats that you get, that you provide to the group, so far outweighs what any other trinket is doing, that if you're just trying to pick the best thing for the value of the group as a whole, I don't really think there's much question. But it has extreme variance. If you look at the logs, you can see stretches of 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, I DC'd again. Let's go. You can see stretches of 3 to 4 minutes where the trinket never procs. Then you'll see stretches where it procs 3 times in the space of 2 minutes or something. And so it's very feast or famine, but the strength of it when it procs is like there's not another trinket really that does anywhere close to that, giving 10,000 primary stat to your whole fucking group is something. Buffs everyone? Yeah. It's 5-man buff. And it scales with haste. The proc rate scales with haste. And at least anecdotally, it feels like there's a pretty strong chance when you bloodlust that it's going to proc. I don't know that I've yet seen a bloodlust window where it didn't proc at all. Now, there's times where it like procced at the very end and the value wouldn't have necessarily been great. But it feels like for the most part, if you bloodlust, pretty high chance it's going to proc. You get that thing, and if you proc that on a bloodlust, like, that's a lot of fucking stats for your group during what is very likely to be a very high damage window. Alchemist, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the Jade Babes. Which trinket? The Sigil of Algari Concordance. Every time you have a pet dwarf, it's giving you team primary stats. Well, so as a healer, each role has a different effect from the dwarf. The healer can be, or the dwarf can be one of two things as a healer. It could give you the primary stat, or there's also a really shitty hot that it can put out. So if it's putting out the hot, it's very lackluster. Not much worth mentioning about the hot. It's pretty bad. But the stat buff is pretty nice. OnlyFangs pull the boss. I thought they said they gave up for the day. If they're still pulling, now they're being kind of assholes. I'll be honest. Them trying to raid, getting DDoS, that sucks. And I feel bad for them. But if they continue trying to pull bosses after it becomes apparent that somebody is trying to DDoS them, then fuck you guys. Like, now you guys are being shitheads. When it's obvious that you're going to get DDoSed if you keep trying to raid, stop fucking trying to raid. Now you're being incredibly selfish. In fact, part of me wishes Blizzard would just go in and disable their accounts until this is done. Be like, sorry guys, you're fucking this up for everybody else. You're not allowed to play the game until this stops. And if you try to raid again, we'll kick you off your accounts again. Because they're now essentially holding the rest of us hostage. How about get rid of the DDoSers? You show me a way to find DDoSers, we could solve a lot of society's ills right now. You show me how to track down DDoSers. Imagine the same thing, but it's liquid in the race world first. Would I feel the same way? If it was specifically, like, if I could be very confident that it was liquid. The problem is, how would you know it was liquid? Like, you know, everybody's trying to raid at the same time. So you could, like, suspect maybe it was them DDoSing liquid, but it's everybody trying to raid at the same time. In this case, it seems like it's pretty easy to deduce that, like, there's not a lot happening at 3 o'clock on a Sunday. Probably OnlyFangs. So if somebody was DDoSing liquid, would I say I think liquid should log off and not attempt to play the game? Yeah. if it makes it so, if liquid logging off and not raiding meant the DDoSes stopped, would I suggest that liquid log the fuck off? I'll drive down there and unplug all their computers myself. Yeah, that's the easiest fucking decision of my life. Oh, do I think liquid should log off if they're being actively DDoSed and it's fucking the servers up for everybody? And if liquid logs off, the DDoSes will stop? Yup. Ban every single fucking one of them. The tinfoil, is it the DDoS for Race World First was gambling related? What, like somebody had money on Liquid losing? And so they tried to DDoS him? I mean, how long would you have to DDoS? I feel like that would be prohibitively expensive. I feel like you'd have to be DDoSing them for like days at a time to secure that. Unless it was like gambling on one specific boss outcome or something. Small indie company can't figure out better security. I wouldn't expect any video game company to like harden their servers against fucking DDoSes. I mean, that's unless you want to spend $40 a month in subscription fees or whatever. The thing is, they would be absolutely within their rights to pass that cost on to the players, and I don't want to pay for that. I would rather just get rid of the people that are causing the DDoSes. You're not going to get random DDoSes for 99.9% of the people playing the game. And unfortunately, for the 0.1% of the people that are famous enough or of interest enough to get DDoSed, it's a lot easier to just kick them off your game and be like, sorry, but you're not allowed to play until the heat dies down. You're ruining it for everybody else. You don't have a fucking right to play this game. So, yeah, we've deemed it in the best interest of the vast majority of the player base that you not be allowed to play. Sorry. All right, so we're still missing. Rogue said he's going to wait until servers aren't fucked. All right. Well, we get him next time, I guess. DDoS tax super cheap compared to protecting. Didn't know that. I mean, it's like the same against probably, or same for probably most things in life. You know, it's like if you want to, if you want to like blow up a building, it's a lot easier to acquire the things required to blow up a building than it is to keep somebody from blowing up your fucking building. That's really fucking hard to do. If somebody's like, yeah, I actually really hate your corporate headquarters, I'm gonna find a way to bomb them, and you're like, well, I'm gonna stop you. I don't know that you are. Like, this is really fucking difficult to stop that. You're gonna spend a shitload of time and money searching like everybody that comes even near your headquarters. Is fluid form just to cast Skull Bash faster? And if I'm playing Wildstalker with Rake and stuff, then no, then it's for like all of your cat form abilities, like or I should say for primarily Rake, you would just use it to shift back into cat form with Rake when you're ready to do DPS again. If I'm using it in Keeper of the Grove, it does shift you into Moonkin form for Starfire and Wrath, but I don't really care about that because you lose a bunch of haste from like Kara's when you shift into Moonkin form, even though you gain spell power. So that is primary. If I'm playing it in Keeper, that is primarily for kicks. Okay, well, group split up. They're running a 14 mother load. Do I have a 14 mother load done? No, I only have a 12 done. All right, well, we can sign up for that key, I guess. Is Wildstalker really that much more damage than a keeper build? I don't think so. I think the ceiling of Wildstalker, specifically in single target, is probably quite a bit higher. If you have like Heart of the Wild rolling, Bloodlust, and you're able to just sit in cat form, slamming the boss, I think you could probably do quite a bit more damage in Wildstalker single target. But the number of opportunities like that, pretty small. In terms of your average pull, no, I don't think that Wildstalker's doing a whole lot more than Keeper. In fact, I found that when I was playing Keeper with Master Shapeshifter, I could do quite a bit more in terms of overall than I could as Wildstalker. Now, a lot of that's pad on trash. But I don't think any druid build at the moment is doing exceptionally good damage. Like that is, I've sort of given up on the idea of druid damage mattering in a meaningful way. At the moment, I don't think that's going to be why you time a key or not. All right. How's our eye levels in this group? Oh, we got a 663 monk. You do love to see it. What's our boy rocking? Grease Monkey Shift Stick. Hell yeah. He's got the Sephorium. Oh, he's got a fucking Jaster Diamond. I'll be taking those stats. Thank you very much. No, actually, please don't put them on me. I bet that ring is coded not to put it on healers. All right, where are we going? Mother load. What's the benefit of Keeper then? I don't know. I'm playing Keeper right now just to kind of test it out. But in a general sense, if you were making a pros and cons, truthfully, I don't think Keeper and Wildstalker are that different in terms of what they offer for Mythic Plus. The advantages that you might say of Keeper over Wildstalker is that your Grove Guardians are more of like an active buff than if you're comparing like Grove Guardians versus Symbiotic Blooms. Grove Guardians are more active in that you can summon them, like you could spam them if you want, and pull out all three of them at the same time. You've got a more active buff in Sirius's Might, where your Swiftman increases your haste by 10%, which isn't like insane, but 10% haste is a pretty nice little haste buff that you can sort of get relatively frequently if you want. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't think it super matters one way or the other. Honestly, if I wasn't tracking Symbiotic Blooms on my frames, I don't know that I could instantly tell whether I'm playing Wildstalker or Keeper of the Grove. very quickly. I feel like some of that would just be like you'd have to look for like context clues, like if I saw thorns pop up on an enemy or the vine, whatever the vine thingies, maybe I'd go like, oh, I'm probably Wildstalker. Or if I saw my Grove Guardian put a Moonfire on somebody, but like your buttons don't really change. You know, you'll know very quickly if you're playing Disc Priest and you're Void Weaver or not. If you're playing Resto Shaman, you'll know pretty quickly whether your Farseers are popping out when you press Unleash. But for Druid, I feel like a lot of it is pretty
5, 4, 3, 2,
subtle.
Bow to my will.
All right, we're gonna test out Keeper in a bit more chunky of a key here.
CC.
Up and over the fence, baby. You ready? People hop on my back like this? Fuck yeah, dude. Look at me. Look at me being a... Oh, shit. Can I make this? Okay. Bro, look at me being a fucking bro for this evoker. My god. That's the kind of shit a priest could never. You ever see a monk just put somebody on their literal fucking back and carry them? No, I can tell you right now you fucking haven't.
Bait. CC.
Okay. How the fuck can I get around all this stupid, bit without pulling? I'm just gonna assume that I can.
Bait.
So...
Enjoy your purchase of the elite pummeling package.
Bait.
I don't like these green circles one bit, man. They're kind of fucking annoying if I can be candid.
Knock.
Zephyr.
Bombs.
Damaging this unit violates the
Bing, 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 bing. All right.
lethal force authorized.
What a sharpshooter, dude. Holy fuck.
Knock. Bomb.
What the fuck? What just slurped all those together? What was that? Did I just see somebody fucking exploit? John Blizzard, if you're watching, I didn't have anything to do with that. I don't even know what happened.
Bomb.
Damaging this unit violates the terms of use. Lethal force authorized. Distance valid.
Sigil of Chains does that? Fuck, man, that's why. If anybody's been wondering why DH is meta this season, it's that right there.
Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance. Three, two, one. Dance.
God damn. God damn.
Your
Okay.
survival wasn't necessary.
I don't think I've ever been fucked that hard before by the overlapping of that shit.
Three, two, one. Dance.
Rock Lance. Ugh. Can I stop it? Nope. Cast again, you little rat.
Three, two, one. Dance.
Oh, I haven't had a group pull this pack yet. This used to be a staple of BFA.
Three, two, one, dance. Three, two, one, dance.
Alright, we are apparently lusting this pull. And we shroud.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
Oh, I meant to Heart of the Wild. Oops. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have.
Trespass in my domain! Unleash your power!
Dodge.
This boy's got some hands.
Dodge. AoE.
The ground will consume you! Arise! The blood of Azeroth flows through you!
AoE.
Bro, this Evoker was fucking taking it, man. I don't know what was beating his brains in like that, but
Dodge. Dodge. AoE.
no. Ah! Whew. God damn, dude. Gotta do a little drinking.
Drop. Targeted. Spread. Drop. Drop.
By the power of the sun.
Targeted.
Oh god, dude. Nope. Fuck.
Only the strongest survive.
Being fucking stupid.
Drop. Targeted.
I just dove into another ball right there, trying to get a kick. That's why druid kick is the best kick in the world, because you just charge head first into the pile.
Targeted. Drop.
Iron bark.
Targeted. Targeted. Drop.
Bro, piss off. Fucking swirlies, man. I mean, tornadoes. I mean, whatever the fuck they're called.
Targeted. Spread. Drop. Drop. Targeted. Drop. Drop. Targeted. Drop. Targeted. Drop.
Silenced.
Drop. Targeted.
I think so far I would probably still prefer Wildstalker.
Drop. Clear.
Love the smell of propellant in the morning.
Dodge. Dodge.
I don't want to like jinx it.
Drop.
I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. This fight's kind of boring. Like, this fight's kind of boring. Like, nothing really happens, you know?
Dodge.
Love the smell of propellant in the morning.
Clear. Dodge.
Love the smell of propellant in the morning.
Three. Two. AOE. Fixate.
This pull's like a little spooky, right?
3, 2, 1. AOE.
Can you fucking cast the spell, please?
Three, 2, 1. AOE. Three, 2. AOE.
You bums realize how much
Three,
property damage you've
2,
done?
1. AOE. AOE. Three, 2, 1. AOE. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Fuck, I cannot. And LOS is a problem. So
Three,
where the fuck?
2,
Fuck.
1. AOE. 3, 2, 1. AOE. Three, 2, 1.
Can I?
AOE.
No.
Three, 2, 1. AOE. 2. AoE. Hide. Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage!
Hide. Dodge.
Get a load of 300 rounds per minute!
Hide. Dodge.
Take some high caliber carnage!
Spatial paradox.
Hide.
What am I paying you fools for? Get out here and fix this!
Clear.
Pulverize! My insurance premium!
Zephyr.
Huh?
Iron bark.
Man, we're gonna deplete this for entirely avoidable reasons.
Hide. Dodge.
Jesus fuck. Oh my god, how did I not get hit by any of that shit?
Dodge.
We are going to deplete to the little guy, aren't we? Little guy's gonna pop out and we're gonna deplete. Nope, not even that. Okay.
The void offers no second chance.
Dodge.
Get a load of 300 rounds per minute!
Hide.
Ah! Okay. I keep expecting him to die. That last 10% took a while. Yuck, what a gross chest. Well, this is unfortunate. It was, I think if like any one of the things that went wrong at the end did not go wrong, we timed that. But yeah, that was a rather unfortunate ending. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I feel like, holy shit, I did a lot of Swiftmend healing that key. What the fuck? I actually may just go to playing that in Wildstalker. That might be the thing. Let me I'm gonna upload this log real quick. I want to see what my uptime was on some of these buffs from Grove Guardians. See how much of the key I spend with it.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Wait, oh shit, it's wrong log. Fuck me, man. Forgot I got knocked offline. Alright, buffs. First, we'll go check Earth and Might real quick. 11.6. Yeah, that was one of my worst Earth and Might keys. Alright, so buffs on me. So the haste buff, Cenarius's Might, I had a third of the key. 35.24%. So about a third of the key we had the buff on us. That's actually, I feel like, pretty high uptime for a buff that lasts for 6 seconds. Then what was the other thing I was looking for? Power of Nature, 56% of the time. That's really, yeah, I feel like I just didn't have that up for, that's only half the fucking key that I have a Grove Guardian out. I would have bet there was more. So yeah, anyway, I mean, I think you can make Keeper work, but let's do this. Is there anything that interacts with Swiftmend for, I guess, Implant. Can I check, is there a way in logs to check how often Twin Sprouts went off? I feel like if you're going to play a very heavy Swiftmend build, you may want to play Implant instead of, Can I see how often you pick up a Bloodseeker Vine or a Symbiotic Bloom from Twin Sprouts? Stats are, oh, what the fuck? Well, these are kind of, this haste is kind of fake because of the trinket stacks. Hang on. And my flask is giving me 2,600 more haste, but without consumables, it's about 20,000 haste and 17,000 mastery, and then very low verse and crit. Basically raid stats. But yeah, I'm curious how often I get a Twin Sprouts. Well, I guess the I guess I could just look and see how many times, like in where was our last? I think it's our last wild stock key. So how many symbiotic blooms did I have? Does it say how many casts? No. Do I have that in my logs, that run? Or really any run? Yeah, we had a Dark Flame Cleft from earlier. Healing. Symbiotic Blooms. Does it say how many casts? No, it doesn't. Come on, man. Why not? Oh, okay. So 106 symbiotic blooms over the course of a 14 Dark Flame Cleft. So presuming that you got 20% more of them from Twin Sprouts. Then that would be... I would have had 88 normally, so that would have given me about 18 more. And how many... Does it say how many Bloodseeker Vines I cast? $385. So it definitely adds way more vines than it adds so 285. So it added 65, about 65 vines, and what did I say? Like 18 more blooms. Yeah, I feel like Twin Sprouts is definitely gonna provide way more on the offensive side. But in my last run with Keeper, playing the Swiftmans, playing high Swiftmans, how many times do we press Swiftmend? We press Swiftmend 96 times? Sheesh. That'd be like 80 more symbiotic blooms than we had. Yeah, we're gonna play Implant from now on. I don't even understand. Am I missing something about Root Network? It feels like it just fucking sucks. Like I don't understand why you would ever take fucking Root Network. Wait, never mind. Okay, I see now why I didn't understand. I was like, I must be misreading something about this, and I have been misreading it the whole fucking time. Okay, I finally fucking see what it was. That I was thinking this was each vine or bloom increases the damage you deal to that or the healing you do to the target. So I thought it was like every symbiotic bloom increases the healing done on that target by 2%. And I was like, so if they have symbiotic bloom, it is 2% more healing. Like, that is so dog shit compared to increasing the duration of symbiotic blooms by 25% and making them jump around when things die. But I see now that it's not the healing you do to the target. It's all healing you do for each symbiotic bloom that's out. Honestly, that might kind of own. And I don't know why it took me this long to parse the language of it and realize, because it seems so underwhelming when I read it, and I was like, who the fuck would take that? Like, why would you want that? It seems really bad. But I actually feel like Root Network kind of slaps now. Every fucking symbiotic bloom I have out increases my healing by 2%. I wonder how... So if I had 96, what I have, I had, or no, I cast 96 Swiftmans. But how many symbiotic blooms did I have out? Or I wouldn't have had any out last run. Fucking shit, man. Let's check the run before that. Dark Flame, Cleft, Healing. How many did it say I had? It's like 100. 106. So, what's kind of nice about that is that it's not just the person with your symbiotic bloom that's getting the benefit of a symbiotic bloom. It's everybody getting the benefit. I want to play Root Network, actually. The Swiftman extends symbiotic blooms. It didn't used to. Maybe they changed it, but let's see here. Okay, so we have one for... Oh shit, I don't have another... Wait, I do. Fuck, I didn't have something to fucking Swiftmend when I pressed the second Swiftmend. Motherfucker. Hang on. Let me recharge this. Alright. So one and... No. It, Now, if you... Oh, no. It, yeah. No, it doesn't. I thought it reset the duration, but no, it's just staggered. Okay, now, with that knowledge, is there anything else I would want to change? I don't think so. $15 Cinder Brew. Sign up for it. Sounds fun. Come on, squad. Come on, boys. Just a little invite. And then, look, you've probably got resilient. Actually, you probably don't have resilient because you have to have all the keys at that level, right? So in order for this to not get depleted, you probably need to have everything on 15 or 4. Wait, how does that work? Is it, if the 15 isn't going to get depleted, is it that you have to have everything on 14 or everything on 15? Fuck. Cannot go below the level you've done everything on. Okay, so you'd have to have it all on. You'd have to have all 15s done. And he probably does not have all 15s done. So, yeah, okay. You probably don't have... I guess you probably don't have resilient. But that doesn't really matter. Invite me anyway, because we're not going to deplete. T-Lu, thank you for the resub, babe. 30 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. I remember, this song reminds me, one of the, I don't even know if it's like a cringy moment in my life or like kind of a based moment in my life, but there was a girl that, I took to prom. I had a bit of a crush on her. And I had a CD in my car with a bunch of like, electronic kind of mixes. And I mean, this was 20... We're pushing 25 years ago. Electronic music is not mainstream at all yet. I had a CD with a bunch of like electronic remixes of shit, one of them being the Tetris theme. And I remember having the balls to play it for her. I was like, you want to hear something, I don't even, like something interesting? She's like, okay. And I played it for her. And I think it made an impression. Because I remember a different girl telling me a while later, she was like, you know, the girl you took to prom told us that you played her Tetris remix. And I was like, okay, so I have a 13 Mechagon. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba. Well, that dude's got his 15 center brew. Could do a 13 Cinderbrew. Cinderbrew is my weakest key now. I actually remember that. It was like a real shit show, and we just barely timed it. But I just kind of want to do a 14. I'm like, I'm 14 pilled now. Does faction matter anymore? The one time it still matters is if you're trying to queue up for, LFG. You can't, I don't think you can queue for, like, LFR or LFG with a cross-faction group. It's fucking stupid, but that's, yeah, I think you have to be on the same faction for that. Where did my music go? Hello? Oh, this is one of those cool tracks that just has 7 minutes of dead air at the end. I don't know why they do this. There must be a reason that the artists do this. I think it's to avoid... Maybe like to avoid algorithms detecting it as a... because it's like a remix of another song. So maybe they're trying to do copyright detection or something. It's really fucking annoying, though. 7 fucking minutes of dead air at the end of your track. Hmm, 14 theater? I have that on a 12, right? Yeah, that'd be a big... Be some score. I might even... If we banged it, I might even be able to get 3,100 off that. I think, maybe. It's to make me look at my phone and see the title. Well, the thing is, it's one of those deals where if I have to look down at my phone because your song stopped playing, I'm probably going to be like, man, which motherfucker am I blocking off of my off of SoundCloud? Like, which dude am I unfollowing on SoundCloud? In that situation, you don't want me to remember your name because it's not going to be for a good fucking reason. I'd sign up for this if they had a tank, but I don't want to sit around all day waiting for a tank. How good is Forset for Druid actually? In the keys where it pops off, it can do over 10% of my healing. Now, you have to play... I think you'd have to play Photo for that to be a realistic, realistic outcome. But I've had it... At the very least, I've had, like, particular boss fights where it would be 10% of my healing. Am I still playing any Rivals? Not really. you know, if they release a new patch or something, might hop on, but or if somebody asked me to play, like if I had like somebody to play with, maybe. But I got kind of tilted at the fact that my rating just kept going down every time I logged in. It was sort of like, why am I still playing Rivals? Every time I queue up, my rating just goes down. So I think the solution to that is we don't queue up anymore. When you play Resto, it's 10% of your healing, and your friend plays Mistweaver and it's 4 to 4.5% of his healing. Well, I mean, the 4 sets do different things, right? Like different specs get different ways to like proc their set bonuses off the 4-piece. So I would expect there to be some variance in how good it is for each healer. Like for even just for Druid in particular, the 4 set is that when your Life Bloom applies a insurance when it blooms, well, there's a particular talent that makes your Life Bloom bloom way fucking more often. So even just within Druids, if you're playing Photosynthesis, your 4-piece, or I guess just heal, your set bonus should be going off way harder than if you're not playing it. And that's just within Druids, so I imagine if you have other healers with that same kind of, maybe with that same kind of choice, where it's like, oh, you can play a talent that makes your set bonus go fucking crazy, then if they're not playing that talent, it would suck. Or maybe not suck, but be less eye-catching. Come on, dude. Where's some fucking 14s? There's that 15 center brew again. Okay. What up, Bragg? What do I say? It only works on the bloom? No, not that it only works on the bloom, but that bloom makes it proc a lot more. Like your insurance will go, I mean, like your insurance is going to proc off all your heals, but Life Bloom blooming in particular has a 30% chance to cause insurance to show up on the target regardless of like status of the rest of your heals proccing it. So if you're running Photosynthesis where you're blooming all the time, then you're going to get way more procs than if you're playing anything else. 14 Cinder Brew, and we've got a 12. Hmm. End up getting the Rookery Trinket? Yeah. Yeah, it owns. Healing is a zero-sum game as well. I wonder what healing it poaches. Which part? Which thing? What's poaching healing? The set bonus? Well, I mean, healing isn't. I wouldn't necessarily say healing is a zero-sum game. Now, off of I mean, it's true that there's a certain amount of damage you need to heal, but the amount of damage that you need to heal can go up. I mean, you know, in like a mythic raid, theoretically, you would have a relatively fixed amount of healing unless people are like fucking up mechanics or whatever, but there's generally just a certain amount you need to heal, and then the question is, how do you heal it? But in keys, there's the ability to keep making you heal more and more and more. So it doesn't have to be zero-sum. It could be that, well, I now have just more throughput capacity. It doesn't have to lead, like, it doesn't have to cannibalize anything, because we could just do harder content and I can heal more shit. Now both my heals can be doing effective healing instead of one of them eating the other. Argument is, at some point there's a state where we theoretically zero overheal. Oh, I mean, not like zero overheal, but there's a point where if you need to do 100 healing and you have 2 heals that each do 70 healing, then you would say, like, well, one of the heals is doing 40 more healing than it needs to survive this. And I was like, okay, but what if we went to a difficulty? What if I increase the key level to where we're not taking 100 damage, taking 140 damage? And now, instead of one heal overhealing by 40, both heals are now 100% effective. Now, you could move that, you know, oh, we need to do 130 healing. Okay, well, now we're overhealing by 10 instead of by 40. So it's not zero overhealing, but we've dramatically reduced the amount of overhealing because we just took more damage. If they're nearly concurrent, one tends to heal. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, you might top somebody off, but the hardest healing checks in this game tend to be healing checks where your health bar just doesn't ever get back to full. I mean, the benchmark healing check of Dragonflight was what's her name? Kajin, where once the fight started, your your health bar is just in some state between 0 and 100. Very rarely is it 100. And if it is, it's not for more than a global. So any healing you can add is going to be effective healing. Do we have one of those now? Yeah. Candle King is that. Or at least he will be in higher keys. Candle King is that. Busby can get a little rough. He fuck mechanics up. Murpray can be a little rough as well. I don't know that any of these guys are a healing check. Swamp Face is not that. It's not a concept. Actually, Giesel, when I did the 14, it was what? I did a 14, right? Yeah, when I did the 14, this motherfucker needed some healing, actually. But not like the way that Kajin is. Not literally continuous. And I don't think either of these are continuous. But at the very least, Candle King is like basically permanently chewing your health. And there's some trash pulls where you're more or less permanently healing, like the pull before last boss in Floodgate with the double, whatever those things are called. Jump starters. Those two dudes are just like butt fucking you from start to finish until they die. $14 Cinnabrew. Yeah, we'll sign up. Come on. I have 4 more rating. No, 2 more rating. I have 2 more rating than you. Bow down to my superior. Fuck you, man. What do you mean delisted? Grow up. Get distracted by a line item on logs. Yeah, I mean, just reading off the amount that a heal did isn't indicative of necessarily how valuable it was, but there are definitely it's hard to imagine a scenario where something's doing healing and it's like entirely useless, that there's not some value gained from that thing. Where's all my 14s at? How does new mastery work? Is it better or worse than old? It's a tighter tighter variance. Lower stacks of mastery are going to do more healing than they used to, but higher stacks are going to do less than they used to. So it used to be that you'd have a very broad range of outcomes with your mastery. If you had 1 or 2 hots on a target, mastery could feel a bit underwhelming. If you had 6 or 7 hots on something, you were doing infinity healing to them. You were just gonna absolutely thunderfuck their HP bar. They have now made it so that if you stack a bajillion hots on somebody, the amount of mastery scaling you get on that peaks pretty sharply. And so you don't get nearly the same high-end healing that you did with a bunch of mastery. But now if you only have a couple mastery, or if you only have a couple hots on somebody, your mastery should be contributing more than it used to. So you're not stuck in those situations where when somebody doesn't have very many hots on them, you're just like, oh, how am I ever going to keep that guy alive? Which, yeah, it is a good change for like 99% of situations. It was pretty rare that you ever needed the throughput you gained from having a fuckload of hots on somebody. About the only time I think that there was really ever a situation where you were enjoying how much healing you were doing or felt like it was useful to be doing the amount of healing you were doing if you had 6 or 7 hots on somebody was if you were healing a tank and you just happen to stack a shitload of, you put like your fucking Life Bloom, Rejuve, Regrowth, Germ, Spring Blossom, Sinward, Wild Growth, and then Swift Mend it for Verdant Infusion, and now you've got all these hots locked in, and when you regrowth the tank, your health bar like really moves. And it's like, cool. I mean, most tanks don't need that, but you at least felt like you were moving a tank's health bars, so that was neat. Or some really niche fight like Sun King, where you're like, I'm going to stack all the fucking hots in the world on this guy and then fucking obliterate his health bar upwards. And I mean, there's like 2 fights in the game that over the past like 5 years that's been something that you cared about. So most of the time you were much more concerned about the other end of the equation, where if you didn't have very many hot stacks on somebody, it felt really bad. It just felt like all your heals tickled unless you had, 2 or 3 hots on somebody. And so now it's much kinder to you in a low hot environment. Your mastery feels a lot more meaningful. Well, I will confess that I have been keeping an eye on my old guild, Evolve, and the guild that I'm currently in, Incarnate, as a social, to gauge where the 2 of them are in the Race to World First. And they have been exchanging leads over the past week. Currently, Incarnate, the guild that I'm in, is in the lead. And I would be lying if I said that it wouldn't make me a little bit happy to see the new guild that I'm sitting in as social. Even though I've contributed nothing to their progress, it would make me a little bit happy to see the new guild beat the old guild. bum, 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 bum. Dude, show me a 14. Actually, I guess I could use a 14 mother load, right? Because that's still a 12. Sign up for that one. I just don't really feel like doing mother load. I want to do fucking theater is what I want to do. But I need that guy to get a tank. What's me in theater? I don't know, man. I like there's something about theater that I think honestly it was just the dungeon out of this. This is frankly one of the most dire Mythic Plus dungeon pools in recent memory. I now a lot of that was because Dark Flame Cleft looks so fucking awful, but of all the dungeons they brought back, the old ones, theater, Mechagon, Workshop, I guess, Motherload. I never was that big of a Motherload fan in BFA. Workshop fucking sucks. Theater was okay in Shadowlands, but honestly, they've done a lot to improve healing since Shadowlands. No healer was that strong of a healer in Shadowlands, I feel like. And I feel like ever since the introduction of the new talent trees, all the healers are much better at healing than they used to be in Shadowlands. So something like Theater, which used to be kind of scary just because you actually struggled with throughput, is now you can just like focus on doing mechanics instead of being like, fuck me, I actually can't move anybody's health bar up. Any reason I took Ascendance over Symbiosis? Because questionably Epic told me that Ascendance does way more healing. Actually, I don't even know. Does it do way more healing? Let me go look. How much more healing does it say it does? SimC. Embellishments. Import gear. Oh yeah, way more healing. How am I liking the season compared to how much I thought I would? More than I thought I would. Ooh, a 15 mother load. I'm gonna sign up for that. Let's get a 15 done today. More, and probably just because Druid is actually feeling really strong HPS wise. I could sign up for this. Fuck. I don't want to go to this theater if this mother load's going to accept me, but I don't think it's going to accept me. Fuck, I should have signed up for theater. This guy's not going to take me.
Zephyr.
Although I did... Who the fuck put Zephyr on me? Although I did have that one group the other day where I was like, they're not going to invite me. They're not going to invite me. And then like 4 minutes after I applied to the group, they invited me. And I was like, I had like forgotten I'd even signed up. And I was like, oh. Hey guys, what's up? HPS is good. DPS is meh. I mean, it'd be nice if we did meaningful DPS, but if I have to choose between doing meaningful DPS and meh HPS or doing meaningful HPS and meh DPS, HPS wins out every time. I would much rather get into keys where it feels like my healing is being challenged and I am actually doing healing. Yeah, they invited balanced druid, which means they're not inviting me. Wah, wah. I'd much rather be in a key where it feels like there's a difficult healing check and I'm actually having to... Well, and the other thing I'll say about druid healing is that it's a more active healing style. It's not just like, oh, I trade a cooldown into a cooldown. Like, it's not like boss presses an ability and then I just press convoke and go back to whatever the fuck else I was doing. You're like actively maintaining your hots and shit, and that's always a much more rewarding play style of feeling like you're sort of maintaining your HPS, not just pressing your cooldown button once a minute. How am I going to go out about theater and not sign up? Because I didn't... If I thought there was a chance I could get into the 15... You still see 15s pop up very often, so I didn't want to sign up for the 14 theater and get accepted and miss out on a chance to get into the 15, even though I knew that I probably wasn't going to get into the 15. Wait, a 15 Dark Flame. Oh my god. Is this it? Come on. Don't... I swear to god, if you guys are trying to hold out for a Disc Priest, you should all be banned. Stop being like that. Come on. Come on. Make the right decision here, guys. Hell yeah. I'm just going to type hell yeah. All right. Let's I guess I'll use it. Let's break out the fine dining ware and use my portal to Dark Flame Cleft. When are you going to get to see me play more Rivals? I feel like I just need a reason to log into Rivals now. Like, I need like a new hero or a new map or something. Every time I log in and play competitive, I just go down in rating, and that's not a good feeling. It's not fun to just log in and go down, log in and go down, log in and go down, log in and go down. So now if I'm going to log in and go down, I need it to be for a fucking reason. All right, who are we going to keep our... I'm going to say the sturdiest member of this group is Warlock. That's going to be my bet. So we're going to keep Life Bloom on the other two. And we'll put Symbiotic Relationship on the lock. Alright, this is a full guild group. Queue it up. How's Queue it up's eye level looking? Looking bussin'. Oh, this guy's got a leech ring that I want. I feel like I've just seen less tertiaries this season. Oh, fuck. This guy got a mythic priori. Damn, he's got a mythic main hand, too? Mage got anything cool? Nope. All right, they have asked me to vortex the first knock. And I said, I can do that.
Five, 4, 3,
All right.
2, 1.
So we're trying out the new Wildstalker root network and implant, which I am hoping means many more symbiotic blooms. It'll definitely mean many fewer vines.
AoE. AoE.
Iron Bark.
All right. I think they're all standing over here because something can be outranged. And I feel kind of like a newbie, but that's fun.
AoE. AoE.
Yep, there's okay, it can be something. Is it LOS or outranged? Well, fuck this. I can't fucking cat form damage from that far away, so
AoE.
it is LOSable. Excellent. I mean, theoretically, if you're better at LOSing than I am.
AoE.
It's fine, team. We're gonna figure this out. Whoa! What the fuck just happened to the mage? All right, go ahead and pat again, you fucking slow asshole. You didn't see shit, turn around! You think you're fucking funny? You a fucking comedian? Oh yeah, let me take that.
Here we come. Fight Waxbeard. Fight with stupid. Oh my God! Now.
Damn, that guy went fucking far. God damn. Oh, nice. At least the cart was right here. Where's that charge going? I'm like scared to be near that cart right now. Man,
Wish you had lasted
I knew
a
I
little
shouldn't have tried. I knew I was too fucking close to the thing. Don't think I need to take this. Okay, we're gonna decline and release. Yeah, that was there's definitely a new release point somewhere, right?
I know this place. All Waxbeards didn't trust nobody. So mean.
Oh my god. Bro. Okay, we're gonna
Quick, faster, faster.
wait, what's my fucking bro. What's my fucking how long is on 18 seconds, huh? Man, I forgot these things just drop down from the fucking ceiling when you run underneath them. What the fuck?
AoE. 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 AoE.
Foul bat, not wax. Hurt combat.
AoE. AoE. AoE.
Oh man, there was one little dude left. I'm gonna convoke him, fuck it. Nah. Alright, I'm gonna assume somebody else does the snuffing.
AoE. Soon.
Holy shit. This shit's fucking real on a 15. Shit. I don't actually have a fucking... Man, I totally forgot about this. Dude, we hit Bloodlust, and I was just horny and started fucking DPSing.
Targeting. Hide. Dodge. AoE.
Oh my fucking god, really? Oh! I'm just actually fucking griefing right now. Why didn't I get into bear form? What the fuck was I doing? Like, legitimately, what the fuck was I doing? I just forget this guy has a fucking AoE, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, dude, I'm all fucked up. I thought I had Convoke for the last thing, but I didn't because I used it on the stupid little cocksucker before this for no fucking reason at all. I'm like all fucking out of sorts now. I'm in full-blown meltdown right now. All right, JB, when it yells AoE, that means it's time for you to fucking use a defensive.
AoE.
Watch this, you get in a bear form, and then you fucking live. Holy shit, isn't that tech?
Soon.
I don't know how much these things hurt. With boss? Little joke.
3, 2, 1.
This is it. Court of Candlekin. Teach him a lesson.
Knock.
Oh no, man.
Three, 2, 1. Knock. 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 Three, 2, 1. Knock.
Man, that's starting to get a little spooky. All right. After purple circle, stack in front of boss. Okay.
Targeting. Bait. Clear. Bait.
Okay.
Clear. Bait. Clear. Bait. Clear. Bait. Fate. Targeting.
Actually, wait.
Fate. Targeting.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But
We get a little sippy sip in here. Yeah, we can. A little drinky drink.
darkness can time to flee. Flee to freedom.
That might have been a fight where Verdant Infusion could have been kind of good. I actually forgot I wasn't playing Verdant Infusion until about halfway through the fight when I went to go extend and nothing happened, and I was like, why did the Hots not extend? Oh. Yeah, this might be a that particular fight, this might be a Verdant Infusion dungeon, just because that would be real nice on the old mana pool if I just didn't have to be refreshing Hots on one of the people. Okay, so what is this? 6 minutes for a little trash in the boss.
Quick, wait for me.
I win! Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, my head.
This is good RP where I just can't move at all. Like that. Yo! Holy shit.
Darkness descends.
Dodge. Three, two, AOE. Out. Dodge. Dodge. Three, two, one. AOE.
Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit, that hurt more than I thought it would. Wow.
Dodge. Out. Dodge. Three, two, one. AOE.
Iron Bark.
Out.
Oh my god, why does that hit so fucking hard, man?
Your failure sustains me.
Dodge. Three, two, one. AOE.
Does that shit put out my candle?
Dodge.
I thought I had a candle picked up. Did I never pick the candle up? They don't last that long? Alright.
Dodge.
Talents, yeah. How much was the overkill on that last death, man? Are you fucking kidding me? $70 fucking K, huh? All right. Well, I think we're gonna end stream there. I need to go feed cats and shit. But like I said, may pop back on tonight if I can find something to do. We'll probably try streaming in the evening this time. See what see how that feels. Try doing the 2 streams one day approach. I don't know how long it'll be, and that may be one of those things. Like, I feel like I would only stream at night if there was a reason to stream at night. It wouldn't just be like every night it's like, okay, well, it's time to get on and figure out something to do. It would be like, all right, there's something I need to do or want to do after I take a break for dinner, so we're going to pop back on and stream some more. But this week, I'll probably just do it regardless of whether I have anything lined up or not, just to try it out and see how it feels. So the plan will be to hop back on tonight for some amount of time. Might only be, a couple hours or something if there's nothing happening. But also at some point, I want to get what we may do at some point. I want to get a Season of Discovery character set up. So if nothing's happening on retail, I may try to go get my UI set up on Season of Discovery and start leveling. Shaq said he can help me out once I get to level like 6, I think, or something. So anyway, hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow. Or tonight, I guess. I got to get used to not saying tomorrow anymore.